You're welcome to day 3, which is the last day of our seminar. We are very happy to have you, and thank you so much for being with us since the first day. And we want to start this meeting by thanking God for a wonderful night. I want to invite a volunteer to lead us in an opening prayer. Okay.
We will have the Holy Spirit this morning.
Glory to God.
Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you this morning. We want to thank you for the journey mercies that you have given us this morning. We want to thank you that we are still a team. We started 3 days back. We are here to complete this journey. Come and be amidst us. We also continue praying for whatever we have discussed here. Let us implement these resolutions. We also continue praying to you, Lord, that you give us journey mercies back home, since we are completing the meeting today. We continue praying to you for the good life. In Jesus' name we have prayed.
Amen. Thank you so much, Dennis, for leading us through the prayer. Once again, you're welcome. As I said yesterday, we want to keep this short so that people who are able to travel back to their homes are able to and do it on time. Yeah, this morning we have a review of yesterday and goal setting for today. And to lead us through this is none other than Dr. Hans Groth. Dr. Groth, I invite you to take the podium and lead us through the session. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Did you sleep well? Yes. Are you awake? I just want to confirm I had a wonderful night. I sleep very well, and I'm more than agile to listen and learn on the third day. It is now my privilege and honor just to wrap up what we have done in the past 2 days, a little bit, and give you the horizon for today, this morning. In the past 2 days, we had really 2 subsequent topics on Uganda's future. We started to learn the role of demography for the future of the country, and the specific role for the future of this country is its upcoming or already current population position with a huge abundance or a huge proportion of young people, and not only young people, you have a huge proportion of people eager to make a contribution, either for their own wealth creation and for the wealth creation and development of Uganda. And the reason why we have the seminar linking demography to wealth creation, we selected this title on a very purpose. Basically, we are not here to think about demography. We are here to brainstorm and finally to take action how to lead the country into the next step of development and prosperity. And this is defined by the Vision 2040. This is the final goal. This is where we aspire to go to. Uganda, maybe GDP per capita close to 10,000 by 2040. The big question is how? How can we achieve? What do we have to do? What is missing and what are the priorities? And one key element to reach this goal, or one key facilitator to reach this goal, is demography, or the current and future composition of the people of Uganda. And this is the huge number of people in working age. And this is the message from demography. The message from demography, you have a lot of people who are capable to work. What I've shared with you in the first day, this is not all around across the globe. I'm coming from Europe. We are very old. And we have increasingly not as much workers to do the work. So we have other challenges and opportunities as well. But your opportunity is taking advantage of your unique population composition, which is the huge proportion of young people. And this brings me to the opportunities from demography. Listen to my wording. I said opportunities from working populations. And if you catch these, or if we are able to catch by a proper action plan, these opportunities, you will reach, you will harvest the demographic dividend. And what is the demographic dividend telling us? The demographic dividend is telling us if we use the advantages or the opportunities of demography, you will have not only growth and prosperity, you will have above average growth. It's an above average dividend. And this confidence is based on the learnings we had from the Asian countries where this has happened. So you are entering now a phase of 20 to 30 years as a one-time effect where you have a huge amount of young people which could contribute, if well designed, if well addressed, if the proper policies are aware and the opportunities are taken, you will grow above average. And this above average growth is key to reach the Vision 2040. Here. So in practical numbers, we must prepare an action plan which allows the country to grow on average maybe by 8-9% per year in a continuous role. This is very ambitious, very ambitious. But economic history tells us it's possible. We gave you examples on this. And we're here for the second time, and we will continue to work on this on the third time or fourth time. If we are committed, we can reach this. This is the demographic and economic environment which will lead the country to opportunities. And this is why we have gathered as well with the districts. And this is what we aim to work on. So what we have learned so far is, number one, is what is the theoretical background? What are the theories that I claim these things? These are not fairy tales. This is learnings from the history of mankind and learnings which can be attributed to the future history of Uganda. So it's about capturing the opportunities of a unique temporary population composition driven by the young. What we have learned and discussed yesterday is where are we? What do the institutions say? And are we in terms of preparing on the right track? And I do not want to give a real priority of actions, what has to be done, because each of you has to develop its own priorities. But the priorities include at least 3 things. And we can discuss which is the proper order, and therefore I just say this what comes to my memory. It's number 1 is health, individual health, public health. It's education, and personally I believe education is really very, very important. Only if you're educated you will be skilled. So my mantra is education, 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 and this for all. And then if this is given, if you have healthy, educated people, then the next responsibility and the next action is to make sure that we have an environment which creates jobs. This and job creation needs infrastructure. It needs investment from whatever sources and the right investment conditions, security, and as well new ways of doing trade within the country, across the region. You are part of the East African community with huge opportunities for trade. And I remind you, the population size of the East African community at the moment more or less equals with the size of the United States. And I don't have to convince you, this is a huge market. So there. And then you have as well, the next step is what are your chances to compete on the global market with whatever product. Based on this, what we learned yesterday, and I was impressed, we are on a good step. And the big advantage of all the speakers yesterday was they did not talk about some dreams or visions which are hanging on in the skies. You know, they are pretty much guided, influenced, and based on achievements and experience made in this country. So we are trying to harvest on the way, on the avenue, to harvest something which is above average growth through demography. And this is what we would like to continue today, to make a leap forward, to bring the actions more concrete, to develop even more commitment and pave the way for the next meeting. So in today's session, we would like to link once again demography with development, and not only development has to be sustainable. We don't want a 5-week economic growth. And then the second important point is to achieve this, we need the engagement of all, the engagement of you. And finally, we will have some discussion around what is the contribution on this way of continued, ongoing, above average growth of each of you. Having said this, it is my deep wish that we will have another very productive discussion round today and learning. And it should be a day where the views of everybody are listened to, discussed, and challenged, because only through dialogue and interaction between all of you, the young, the elderlies, the districts, the central government, and all other stakeholders, if they all can express their views and feel part of this avenue, this mission, we will succeed. Thank you, and I wish you a good morning.
Thank you so much, Hans, for that recap. And for those of us who were not here yesterday, I want to believe we are at the same footing now. With that said, I want to invite the session chair for this morning session, Dr. Abel Nzabona. Dr. Abel Nzabona is a senior demographer. He holds a PhD in population studies and a Master of Arts in demography. He's a senior researcher. He's an educationist. He is one of the people I know with very many publications under his names. And he's a very humble man, a man who is generous with his advice. And he has built many young men into who they are. So kindly put your hands together and welcome him to take his seat and chair the session. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've already been introduced. I do work as a senior research fellow at the Center for Basic Research. But before then, I worked at Makerere University for 20 years, 14 of which I was at the Department of Population Studies, where I was a lecturer of demography and population studies. I am delighted to chair this session, and do hope that we are going to have a very fruitful interaction. And more so, I'm delighted to chair a session in which one of our eminent scholars is going to present a paper, or to make a presentation, if I may keep it that way, titled Linking Demography to Wealth Creation, bringing the key elements together. So this presentation is going to be made by Dr. Fred Muhumuza. Dr. Fred Muhumuza, as is indicated there, is Director, Economic Forum, Makerere University Business School. He is also a senior lecturer in the same university. He worked as Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, and he also worked at the Economic Policy Research Center, and he has done a lot of work, and he may add on if he so wishes. So let us join our hands together and welcome Dr. Fred Muhumuza. So Dr. Fred Muhumuza, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Allow me to observe all the protocol in the interest of time, but also for fear of making mistakes. It's a pleasure really to be here to have a conversation on how do we link demography with wealth creation. So I thought I should begin with some one or two definitions so that we start the journey together. Some people mix up a few things. Economics is like physics and chemistry. Definitions are important. So I thought we should say that wealth creation is really a process of accumulating assets. We're talking about investments and resources, and it is over a period of time. These days I find people questioning young people why they are not as wealthy, and they are comparing them with others. Of course, there are those who have run faster, Zuckerberg of this world, but it takes time to create the wealth, both for the country and both for individuals. But the key thing is that it will combine some key aspects. Strategic planning, which I think is very, very key. Risk taking, of course, that is always involved. And these are long-term investments. If we really want to make wealth creation, we still should remember we have a dam in Jinja that was constructed in 1950, commissioned in 1954. It still serves us, so some of these are critical. And then if one is to meet those financial goals, I want to really emphasize here the issue of strategic planning. It is quite common in the private sector, the corporate world, but we rarely find it in the government systems. Governments will always run with development plans. A plan is a plan, but a strategic plan is more malleable, more flexible. You are able to adapt to emerging things. So I think this is one of the areas we want to have a conversation on with the government. It is nice to have a national development plan, but what is your strategy? Because when we set out this year beginning, who knew COVID would be with us? After COVID left, Ebola came. After Ebola left, Ukraine came. But we can't keep blaming these. As they come, we need to be adaptive. So we are now at the stage when we are going to be making the 4th National Development Plan. What lessons have we learned? Are we still going to have that shopping list? So for me, wealth creation really must link up with the issue of strategic planning. Sorry, my slides have gone away from there, but I have them here. So I don't know who is trying to undermine your ability to be with me. But I was going into the pillars of wealth creation. I don't know whether the problem is with me here or with somewhere else. But I know the logistical people will handle that. But these are the issues of strategy. When things change, what best do you do to move on? So I'll read. Some pillars of wealth creation is, one is making money. Wealth can only be created if people are actually making money. And then accumulating what I call productive assets. And I'm really insisting on productive assets, and I'll go through to show how Uganda has not, sometimes both at individual level and national level, invested in productive assets. We have invested in assets, but they may not be productive. And wealth creation requires those assets to be productive. And then taking on debt when necessary, the word is when necessary, to support those productive assets. Now, quite often we take on debt and support non-productive assets. And this is how some countries in Africa have found themselves in a debt trap. I'm still not happy, and I've expressed it to anybody, and I will continue to do it. I don't see why Uganda builds a meter gauge and a standard gauge along the same route. Those are going to be assets, but they are not going to be as productive. Moreover, the same points you are trying to connect are also connected by the cheapest form of transport, water transport. If I can let Kenyans get my goods at Kisumu, all I need is to get seagoing vessels and get them to Port Bell. Why should I spend an extra 2.5 billion investing in metal rails when I could use that money to actually put into other assets that would be productive? So the young people, and thank you very much, opening remark, where he said young people and other people to create wealth would need that functioning system. You can't make assets or create wealth on your own. Then there is self-development, but which will require that at the higher level we are doing the right things. We are in the Bureau of Statistics. This is what I picked from their website. Just less than 48 hours ago. I don't think it has changed. But what I was really looking at, and these are good descriptions, you can see that the 0 to 4 on the red side, which is female, are almost going to 4 million. On the blue side, which is male, are almost going to 4 million. So you really have some 8, close to 8 million Ugandans below the age of 4. Move that, they are going to move to so many other millions below the age of 10. These are really dependents, but who you must invest in at that point in time. Because if you don't do those investments, they will not be useful when they get into the upper bars. This is the time to learn, this is the time to scale them health-wise and many other things, so that in the future they will be able to create assets. So some of the young people we are seeing today talking about demography and wealth creation, we have already lost it because we didn't do enough investments at this level in a number of things that we can play catch up, but it's going to be harder, and the movement won't be as fast as we would have imagined it to be. This is the structure of our economy really, and majority of the people are packed up in that blue at the top of these bars. That's agriculture. And we all know that our agriculture is low yielding. Again, UBOS has really given us a lot of statistics, but which people rarely use. I was looking at the land survey. 70% of Ugandans have not more than 1.2 hectares of land. Now, when I see government saying I'm going to buy tractors, you're not speaking to 70% of Ugandans. Nobody with less than 1.2 hectares of land needs a tractor. A hand hoe is still all you have. You can blame it, it is not its problem. When all you have is a land where you can throw a stone and it falls in the neighbor's land, a hoe is not your problem. It is actually all you can use. So these are strategic planning issues for me. I want to walk down off the National Development Plan and walk into strategies. What do we have? And the statistics are telling us that's what you have. And when you dig deeper, even this 1.2 hectares of land, literally less than 3 acres, is in 3 to 4 plots. It's not all together. Somebody has a quarter an acre here and another acre there and another acre there. So you can't even look at your piece of land and plan for it. This is for 70% of our population. How do we make wealth? Those are the assets we have. We have to start from there to change in the short term. So wealth creation will require us to look at those facts. And still on the land, part of this is leased. They don't own it, so they can't grow coffee on leased land. They can only do carrots, vegetables, tomatoes, because that's what the owner of the land is telling them. And I've seen some people who actually are moving them around to help them clear the bushes. So people are packed in that blue corner, but which is really non-productive, so to speak. The assets we have are not yielding, are not as productive as we want them to be. Still, we are on the statistics. This is how the economy has performed over the last, those are about how many years? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years almost. And we are spanning COVID. The bars are showing you the growth rates by quarter. There are tall ones, there are short ones. When we are confused like that, statisticians have told us you put a trend line. It will tell you, don't look up, don't look down. Here is what the trend is like. And that dotted black line is the trend line. It's not pointing upwards. You would wish it to point up, meaning the up and down bars are cancelling it out, are cancelling each other out. So are we creating wealth? But remember, the demography is growing, is going up. But also it is very close to the zero line. You would want it to be higher. So the real growth rate is really below 2% over that 7-year period if you look at quarter. That plane cannot take off. That plane hasn't even reached the runway. It is still taxiing. But people are boarding that plane every day. Over 1 million Ugandans get born every year. 1 million are adding to themselves. How are we going to create wealth? They need to eat. Remember, wealth is investments. Investments come out of your savings. Now, can you save when you have 1 million people joining that bracket? That's why that black line is there. So we need to do two things. How do we raise that black line to go to 5% and then to point upwards? Those are real issues that I would want to see the people making the National Development Plan 4 speak to, if we are to really create wealth that we can write home about and talk about. Now, let's get into the numbers, the demography. Again, pick this from UBOS. I didn't even know we were coming to UBOS. I thought we were sitting in Makerere, my home. But thank you for bringing me nearer here. It has saved my day. You want to see the UNHS 2019-2020, and we're talking about proportion of the employed people but who live in poor households. So it's not about finding a job. These are employed, but they are in poor households. 2019, you have male 11.4%, you have female 12%. Remember, these are percentages of 45 million or thereabout. And they are living in poor households, but they are employed. Residents, quite a number in the rural areas, sector of employment, but bulk of them are still in agriculture. That section we talked about. We cannot industrialize without finding a strategy of getting out of agriculture and leveraging agriculture. You're not just going to wish away agriculture. That's where you are. For the next 30, 40 years, Ugandans are going to be in agriculture. Don't just wish it away. You can find a strategy on how do you leverage and evolve out of it. Muhumuza here, I grew up in an agricultural setting. Now I do agriculture, a little bit more philanthropy. But I had to come through that agriculture. I planted maize, I planted cassava, raised cows, did everything. But I was learning. So I was having multiple strategies to get out. So you still see that our people are in agriculture. Employed, yes, you can tick the boxes, but they are still in poor households. Now look at what are our employed people earning. This is median monthly earnings for persons 14 to 64 years. Let's again take the latest, the nominal 2019, that is the second column from the left. If you're male, 250,000. If you're female, 120,000. Remember, our average household is now 6 to 8. I mean, about 6. But these are now the breadwinners. So if you're earning 120,000 and you're a woman, we know the cheapest rent you can find is about 120,000. So you're really working for the landlord if you're in an urban setting. And you can see some of these are in urban areas where you can have 300,000, but if you pay 150, 180 for accommodation, you're left with 120. Are you going to pay fees? Are you going to pay medical? Are you going to save and invest and create wealth. Statistics don't lie, but sometimes we talk like I was telling people, like witch doctors. You know, witch doctors don't need statistics. They will simply tell you, you see that pain, it is the other woman neighboring you who is bewitching you. Or the neighbor you saw, did you see a white chicken cross it? There is no statistic. There is no evidence. We need to get like doctors. When a doctor says you have a bacteria infection, it's a lab report. There is statistics, there is evidence. So can we plan with evidence? And the evidence is here, your boss has gathered it. But we are not using this evidence. With this kind of incomes, you cannot industrialize. Forget it. You can only industrialize if you can export. But the local market here, you can't even add value to any Ugandan product and these guys will buy it. Because part of their 300 has already paid rent, they have paid fees. They are not going to buy anything your Ugandans are manufacturing. So how do we create wealth thereafter? We need to raise these levels of income. And sometimes it takes draconian ways. People are working. These are skilled individuals. Some of them may not even have skills. So skilling Ugandans may not even be the answer. But we can't say we shouldn't skill them. But it's just part of the bigger problem. It is these incomes are too low. Now, in some countries which I have read about, that's why they give what we call unemployment benefits. There are people who you just have to give some money. And it's not because I love them. I actually love the manufacturer. Because according to economics, the marginal propensity to consume for the poor people is high. Give them $1 million in the morning, by evening they don't have it. It's not that they have lost it, the manufacturer has captured it. So if you want to finance SMEs, give money to the poor. The poor will turn up and buy from the SMEs. Sales revenue is the best way to boost an economy. It's the best way to create wealth. What you sell. If you can't sell it, you are trapped in bank loans. And the banks will sell those assets to another person who would not even use them. Because he too is getting into a trap. So you get trapped at that lower level. You saw that dotted black line? You get stuck in a low level equilibrium. It's neither going down nor going up, but it's at a very low equilibrium. So what do we do about this? Thailand, I think it was Thailand last week, they released $16 billion to avoid the recession. They gave it to who? They sent it to people's mobile phones. $300 per person. That money is now kickstarting the Thailand economy. And we keep saying it is about standard gauge railway. I don't know, it is Uganda Airlines. No, it's about those households. They are the ones that are the cells that grow an economy. So if we don't change our paradigm and continue using supply-driven policies, build railways, build industrial parks, no, we need to get back on the demand side. Keynesian economics, 1930. Statistics, you can read these when the statistics house, these are on their website. So if you have data, you can even still pick them up here. This is the education, the earnings by people who have gone to school. Those who didn't go to school, again, look at 2019, 2020, which is the second round and nominal. They are earning 80,000. Those who have finished some primary are earning 100,000. Those who completed primary, 150. Some secondary is 250. Completed secondary is 252. So really the difference between some secondary and completed secondary is 2,000 shillings. Why should I complete secondary? To add another 2,000? But remember, as you are doing secondary, the other guy who is earning 250 per month was working. So by the time you spend those 48 months in secondary, that guy possibly has reached where you will not find him. So when children are dropping out of school, it's not because of menstruation. It might have an issue, but where is the incentive? Little wonder they are being attracted by petty trade. They are being attracted by border riding. We must put some value to say those who have gone to school, it pays. But right now the economy is not giving that signal to anybody. A school, a district I don't want to mention, but you can go and check with the NEB results. Last year, a district in the Lango sub-region got 4 first grades at P7. 4. 1 girl and 4 boys. This is a whole district with a cow, with a chairman, with a district education officer, DHO. That whole machinery is there. 4 first grades in primary. Are we going to create wealth with such people? I mean, we need to question ourselves. Sometimes we blame the weather. Now the rain has come. It will pop up next year as having affected the economy. But the numbers we have seen are for the last 7 years. And then we blame the handhold. I mean, let's get serious. The demography is with us. I'm soon ending the statistics, but I wanted to put those red lines, those red figures, the unemployment rate, female, male. There are other figures down there, those who are in subsistence agriculture only, the numbers are high. And there are those who are in subsistence but not agriculture. Those numbers, we have not put them here. But there is another last row there which is saying they are not in education, not in employment, not in training. Those figures are 23 for female and 18 as total. 13 for the males. They are not in education, not in employment, not in training. How are we going to create wealth? Because wealth is going to be created by the human beings. You say demography. Demography are not wild animals or crops. It is human beings, unless the definition has changed. If these are the human beings we have, how do we create the wealth? Government is running that model, parish development model, which was a good thing. Some of us spent some time in the trenches trying to perfect this and refine it, and we gave it 7 pillars. A house without its pillars will collapse. You remove just one, especially an African household, it will collapse. Now, it looks like the entire PDM has become financial inclusion. That is wrong. You cannot just give people money. There are people I know who already had their money. All they are saying, can you do the road to our village? We want to sell our tomatoes. All they are saying, can you make sure that health facility is working? Because the thing that is really cannibalizing people's ability to make and retain their wealth is education and healthcare. People are selling goats, people are selling cows to treat their sick. So how do you make wealth? 2 steps forward, 5 steps backward. That's why this model was really looking at all the pillars. And you will clearly see pillar 4 was about social services, health, both preventive and curative, but also have education there. These are big guzzlers. Again, I could have produced statistics of UBOS, which show that the bulk of the spending is either to food, household, education, and health. By that, a household has spent 80% of their earnings. So when do they create wealth? So it is important that government make sure pillar number 4 works, so that household can save some money, buy some items from the manufacturer, but also save and invest on their own to create wealth. As of now, we are going to remain trapped in that low end. And I was reading again documentation on how Asia planned to recover from COVID. They all agreed and said, let's invest where households are spending money so that they can use their little money to recover. And the areas they prioritized was health, was education. Now, we are already in the season of taking children back. Everybody is talking about fees. And it's not small fees. Depending on which household and which school you go to, it is training everybody. There are some schools where fees is 3 million. So, and this school has 3,000 children. One school like this. So how much money has been gathered and dumped into fees? What if there was a government school that was functioning, and these parents, all they needed was to pay $500,000? They would invest the other $2.5 million into wealth creation. So until we resolve the education issue, that UPE and USE actually function, there is no way of creating the wealth. But also remember, as we have seen, the children going through education are going to earn how much? 250,000. So are we really creating wealth? Long-term strategic thinking. These realities are with us. They bother me. They give me sleepless nights. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come here, but please don't join me among those having sleepless nights. You can continue to sleep, but these are the realities we have. You will wake up and find them with us. So pillar by pillar, each of these pillars is critical. You can't give people money through financial inclusion and they have no extension service provider. They will not know what to do. You can't do that unless they have pillar 7. Pillar 7 really was governance and administration. When we rolled out this thing, we realized there were 5,400 parish chiefs who were not there. You cannot run government without government. A parish chief is the lowest government official besides the village chief. So they were not there really. Then we realized there were about 715 town councils without town clerks. How do you run a town council without a town clerk? 715 of them. So they were literally non-functional. that they can borrow from another, then why did you create them? So these are serious things, that decisions that we must take if we are to create wealth. They pain many of us from the development policy side, and we think we can do better. Let me get toward the creation. What are the basics? One, unlike income, wealth is stock. But that stock results from actions to increase the flow of money. You don't build a hotel and make sure the restaurant has no people in it. The hotel is stock. The food people eat is the flow. And money is made out of the flow. But the stock facilitates that flow. So you don't want to miss both. It's okay to put a train, but what is the train moving? That's where you make the money. If you do a railway line and there is one train moving per week, pulling 70 wagons, you are not making money. If you are flying birds in the air and you call them aeroplanes and they are quarter full, you are not making money. So the flow is important for us to balance the investment. So the decisions on how we use the money, both by firms and households, are key. Individuals do consume, which is not a bad thing, but they must get to levels where they can also save so that they can invest. But the type of investments that we do should affect the flow, and they do affect the flow, and we have a lot of dead stock in Kampala, as we'll see towards the end of this presentation. Some of the factors that affect wealth creation: one is personal, which is at micro level. Are you frugal? Wealthy people usually don't waste money. Wealthy people don't waste money. You must be frugal. They will look for that last penny. I have a rich man in Kampala whom I discuss with. He runs a chain of hotels. Every time we meet, he tells me, I'm in office at 4 a.m. because Ugandans talk from 8 and eat all your time. So by the time Ugandans begin to call me to talk, I've already sorted out my office. But how do I sort out my office? I tell these guys I bought 500 chicken last week. Each chicken is 4 plates. So where are my 2,000 plates? Times the income. He wants to get that back. Quite often, we don't ask for accountability from ourselves. Confidence: wealthy people are confident in their ability to manage their finances, including the investments that they do. Now, we have very rich people in Uganda, but who may not be necessarily wealthy, because they just landed in 2 things. It's not a good thing. The other side is the macro story, the policy management, how we set up the policies, because whatever is happening in this building, the architects made sure that roof stays where it is. If this roof collapses, whatever we're doing here will be disorganized. So macroeconomics is important. Unfortunately, people no longer treasure macroeconomics. If we hear debt and they say, debt is just debt, it's okay to borrow. When you are spending 40% of your budget on debt management, it's not okay to borrow. And debt has the first call on resources. So this country is really debt strapped, and it's not alone. 21 countries in sub-Saharan Africa are in debt stress or fear of debt stress. And debt will always drag you back. You can't move when you have debt. And secondly, most importantly, you can never borrow yourself out of debt. You have to restructure. And this country is fearing to do the restructuring. Read the Monitor. I don't want to talk about bosses. 70 civil servants in New York. Vice President and Prime Minister. And those fellows don't move in the yellow taxis of New York. We have to hire vehicles to move them around. I mean, some things, it's not COVID. Macroeconomic policy management. So national security is important. Without it, you can't move, but you can't just talk about that. Basic infrastructure, I've already emphasized, social infrastructure and physical infrastructure, effective government and governance, accountability, rule of law is important to protect the assets. In Uganda, it's not a surprise to hear somebody wakes up and there are 2 titles issued by government on one piece of land. And this guy had already set up a factory. And you spend 7 years in the court system. You are not making wealth. You can't even attract wealth investors if your land tenure is unstable. People will just walk to Tanzania, people will just walk to Rwanda, they will walk to Kenya. Because no one wants to put a 50 million, $2 million, and then you wake up and you're in court contesting the land that you thought you owned, courtesy of a government document called a land title. That uncertainty chases away investors. So governance, accountability, and all things are important. Issues that we need to build in governance: 1, ability to coordinate the aggregation of those diverging interests. We have so many interests, but that's what governance is about, that's what government is about, that's what rule of law is about. Keep left is what we use it driving in Uganda. I always tell people I go on roads which I know have big semi-trailers, big buses. This bus can just stand half a meter and wipe out your small car. But we still confidently go on those roads because there are rules that govern the road. Keep left. I'll be on my side. That guy I know is keeping his side. I'm on 100, he's on 100. Combine our speed, that's 200 kilometers an hour. Physics will tell you, you won't even find anything to bury. But I'm not about to reduce my speed because I know that guy is following the law. I am following the law. Without laws, things go amok. So if we have no rule of law, forget about wealth creation. It's as simple as that. You can invest in electricity, you can invest in its transmission. You're not going to have investors when the rule of law is questionable. So governance is important, but we don't pay attention to some of those things. And governance of the individual partners is critical. Each partner, of course, we have development partners, we have local governments partnering with central government, private sector partnering with the public sector. All those are partners. We sometimes think development partners are the donors and the lenders. No, even these other people are partnering with government in that space. So governance must at all levels be upheld and by all actors. It's the ability to really cooperate to solve collective problems. This wealth creation is a collective problem. We need to solve it together, but that governance will give us how do we manage ourselves. Collective problem solving among the actors involved in terms of processes and impacts. Our processes are quite often questionable. The institutional capacities are neither very strong, and people trust institutions. Again, I'm on the roads. Police officers raise their hands and stop me. I don't know them. But I look at an institution. That office, that police uniform is an institution. So I stop, not to a police officer, but to the institution called the police. So without institutions, respect disappears. And thank God now they have a name. Eventually then I find a name, and one of them you meet is called Muhumuza. You're like, hey, we share a name, but I'm speaking to an institution. And whatever he tells me, I'm not thinking this guy called Odonkara hates me. He says, where is your permit? Issued by an institution of government. He reads it, he says, okay, you can proceed. He doesn't know whether it is, but he's trusting the institution. He's trusting I was given a permit after going through all the processes. So without those institutional capacities, it's going to be a nightmare building the assets. This is our government budget for this year. I thought I should start with the revenues, and I'm left with maybe 2-3 slides because it speaks signals. How are you financing your budget? How are you moving the money around? Which signals are you giving? Tax may give us, of course it was revised to 29 trillion. We should be able to get it, but remember it comes from households, consumption, and revenues, spending, and factories. Local revenue is very, very small. They won't raise, all the local governments won't raise 300 billion in total. Over that year, domestic financing, we are going to borrow some 3 trillion. These numbers may go up if we do not cut expenditure or if we let our expenditures continue rising up. Domestic debt refinancing, this is not new money to serve this economy this year. It is to cover the previous mistakes. I don't know whether challenges or whatever it was. But this is money we borrowed and is due to be paid, but we cannot pay it. So we have to borrow from others, those who lent to us, and settle those. But that materializes into additional interest payment, because as long as you haven't settled the loan, you have to pay them. And that's where we go, where are we spending this money? Wage. But remember, because the people are too many, you saw the wage, median wage. So it's not that 7 trillion is going to trigger an avalanche of demand that will be responded to. Non-wage, quite often we cut this. There are implications on that. Statutory interest payment is 6 trillion. So literally this is money we are paying those who lent us some time back, not those who have lent us this year. Because those who have lent us this year, a bit of it may come in there, but the bulk of it is paying interest on that. The domestic refinancing, which is old debt being rolled over, we need to find a way of reducing that figure because it is growing. The basic debt rollover needs to be brought down if the assets are to come through. Domestic arrears, we could only provide 215 billion, But by the Auditor General's report that I saw, domestic arrears are 7.5 trillion. So we are really not tampering with it. But these are people who have invested in stock, and some of them in business to serve government. So their wealth creation process has been halted because they gave money to government and it didn't come back. These are things we really need to be discussing as we look at our numbers up there. I thought that should come up out for us. Finally, this is real estate. We have dumped a lot of wealth in stock. Remember, it was stocks and floors. That border may be making more money than the owner of the other building, because the other building has no tenants. At least a border once in a while makes his tenant. But if you look at return on investment, the border put in 5 million. So when he gets 20,000 a day, the return on investment on 5 may be better than the other 15, 20 billion, which is giving you literally possibly nothing coming back. How do you reconcile that? I don't blame that investor in that building. It is the signals we are giving. Economic signals must speak to people. So for me, economic flows are important. If we're going to create wealth and retain it, the assets must be productive, not the dead assets. And this economy has a lot of dead assets in real estate. Now, where have people gone? If you're not building a house, you should be investing in government bonds. The thing you have seen there, refinancing. Look at the 20-year bond, which at one point was 18.5. It has now come down to 17. So if I have 10 billion, rather than go and invest where young people can find jobs and earn and households move on, I invest it in a government bond. Because at the end of the year, 10 billion will give me 1.7 billion or 1.8 billion as interest. And I'm playing golf, the golf course. I've sent all my children to Canada. I'm flying to Dubai because I'm going to get 1.7 billion by sitting home and giving my 10 billion to government. Tax on that 20-year bond is 10%. Tax on an investment like Serena is 30%. Which signals are we giving? So the next time I get my 10 billion, please pray for me. I'm not being told to set up a Serena. I'm being told, give it to government, go home and relax. Is that the way to create wealth? Is that the way to manage the demography? I leave you the questions. The answers will come from him as he moderates us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, for that very insightful presentation, full of figures and statistics. Another big round of applause for Doctor. He said very many good things. I just pick out one in the interest of time. He said that although agriculture is a backbone of our economy, most of the farmers are actually having small fragmented pieces of land, and these are not viable for mechanization. They are so small that you can actually throw a piece of stone and it lands in another plot. So it may not make economic sense to bring a tractor there. Yeah, but it's time for you to make your comments, to ask your questions, or even to commend him for a work well done. So we shall be systematic. We start from this side, then we move the other side. Gentleman there, you can be the first.
Thank you, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, for your interesting presentation. My name is Usaro Aidian from VDA. Looking at the pillars of wealth creation, point 2, productive assets accumulation, GDP at market prices. Could you kindly elaborate on how to link demographic to create wealth of human capital that will increase GDP per capita?
Thank you. Another question up there.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the informative presentation. We do find that Uganda being a rural economy, most of us are still in agriculture. And it's where we shall start from to create wealth. I do not find government taking the initiative of creating value addition centers at the parish level, at the sub-county level, as they tend to the prospected industrial parks. So that these would be venues for these smallholder farmers to gather their little produce, and they do add value together in groups. You will enlighten us more on this PDM, how they do plan to involve that, so that these smallholder farmers can really take part in value addition at their small centers as the value addition system moves up to the industrial parks. Then another thing, how do these people plan to do something like peri-urban agriculture, where we are finding most youth are coming to peri-urban areas and they are there, but if there was a plan to consider peri-urban agriculture as an important aspect in this PDM, I have a feeling that it would add value on wealth creation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's first go this side, then we shall come back if need arises.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Muhumuza, my teacher. To me in 1999. When are you leaving? Anyway, my question is, I have two questions. One is about mindset change in relation to skill development, but also the past development model. Which model I think, Dr. Muhumuza, you must have been part of it, because you have been an economic advisor to the Minister of Finance for some time. So, my question is, looking at things today, people are now getting money for PDM, wealth creation, but the minds of the people is that this is money to appreciate their voting kind of lineage. And they are looking at, now that we are going to vote in 2026, nobody will arrest them, nobody will tell them to pay back. What is your take on that? Then two is the issue of allocation of resources. The proportion of the budget allocated to local governments where service delivery takes place, which to me I'm looking at as an engine of growth, an engine of wealth creation. A bigger proportion of the population is in the rural areas, in local governments, is too low. It's too low, what we are talking about here. I mean, billions of money they have flown to New York, but you cannot pay wages for September, like my local government. I'm the district planner, Chegova district local government, but I know this September, we don't have money to pay scientists, we don't have money to pay teachers. But somebody is flying out to go just and sit, and they may not even talk. So what is your take on that in terms of advising government? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two people here, then we'll go in the last section. John, please take the mic.
So, let me talk before Makerere University thinks I didn't talk. John Mushomi is my name, and I would like to pick your thoughts, Dr. Muhumuza, on a very interesting part that you've shared, especially using statistics. There are conversations, and they are beginning to emerge now. I know they began some years ago, and they are no longer, and they have been picked up right now. And this is the National Service Bill. So the National Service Bill is envisaged to take advantage of the 140,000 graduates we get every year, get them into employment, as opposed to the earlier national service of the army. Do you think, to you, this is a silver bullet for wealth creation, mindset change, and transformation of the young people, and therefore the road to harnessing the dividend for Uganda?
Thank you for the question. Anybody else in this section?
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that wonderful presentation. I'm called Patrick Chigundu, planner na Kapripirate. I did pick some of key points in your presentation, but I want to make one comment about Uganda. It seems poverty is becoming a structural thing. And we are having situations where people are being drawn back to poverty even when they are trying to struggle out of that poverty. A point in case is where people in the informal sector try to come up with alternatives out of poverty, but instead of regulating and trying to help these people become stronger in terms of business, we have an economy that through the politicians, they put up laws that again try to push people down. A case in point are the people you see moving around the streets. These are youths that are being forced back, and in the end, we end up having an increase in the crime rate. You talked about the PDM, but as a pioneer for the PDM, we still have scenarios that are happening where it's deliberate that politicians are pushing for people to access money, and the other pillars have been left out. What is your take on that? I think we need to go back to the drawing board and draw government back to its commitments regarding other service areas. Then lastly, I want to comment about the skilling that we are having, skilling programs that we are having. We have done too much trainings, too much skilling, but we are not using these training hubs as production centers. I think as a country, it's time to help these youths in these skilling centers, to retain them, employ them, and those who think that they have developed enough capacity and they are enterprising, they can move out of the training hubs. Thank you. Lastly, maybe is about the tax regime. Our tax regime seems to be suppressing the local investors. I don't know. What's your comment about that? Thank you.
Thank you. There is Florence here. Then we go to the last part of this conference hall.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm Florence Tagola from UNFPA. I think this discussion is very good for us all. We've been talking about the demographic dividend and how we can harness the demographic dividend by investing in the pillars you see there. And I'm linking these pillars to the parish development model. And I'm trying to see, we have planners, we have district people here. How are we linking the two if we are to achieve the results we want? But what struck me most was the slide on education and the earnings between the different levels. Because when we are looking at the demographic dividend, we are saying the populations or the young people should stay in school for at least 11 years if we are to harness the demographic dividend. But then as I look at the statistics, I'm getting worried. And I'm saying, so what is the message we are going to take from here? Because we've been saying, at least let's keep these children in school. But how can we convince a mother who is investing in education, but at the end of the day, after maybe S4, they've sold off the land, they've kept this child in school, but then the child is going to earn maybe 20,000 higher than a person who has no education at all. So how can we have an honest conversation about this to transform those households? Secondly, if we are saying that we tackle the issue of teenage pregnancy, and the mother is saying that, you know, at 13, I gave birth to a baby, and my neighbor's child, who is in S4, where they've sold the land, will still get pregnant and go back to home. So how can we change this discussion to convince the people about the investments we are talking about? It has left me thinking. I don't have the answers, but I think we really, really need to interrogate these pillars vis-a-vis the parish development model. What more investments can we make? I really don't have answers. I don't expect answers from you, but I think we need, to continue this conversation, to compare the two and come up with some of the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's have like 2 or 3 here, and then he answers before he becomes overwhelmed, and then we shall have a second round. As they say, we shall leave nobody behind. So, gentleman with the mic.
Thank you so much, Zabona. I'm Barnabas Imsibwe from Makerere University, doing Master of Science in Demography and Population Studies. My challenge is actually about PDM, and then what you talk about skilling and education. We all know that a lot of people are educated, but still a lot are unemployed. So how are we going to create wealth when someone is educated, at the same time unemployed? 2, how is skilling going to help these people? I come from a smaller village where eating meat is only on Christmas. So how is this skilling really going to help someone? Because I'm going to be skilled, but then I don't have anything to use for investing my skill. And then when I talk about the PDM, maybe I don't know which models do you use to do these things, because there is no way you can give me money and I only eat meat on Christmas, and then you have given me money today, you have given me 1 million shillings. Of course I will have to go and buy meat. I also need it. Then lastly, I will take it to employment strategies. I don't know which employment strategies maybe most of these organizations use. Because you are educated, but then you will never find, okay, it will take you time for you to find some advert, and maybe it is giving you something like 1 million. We are living in the same country, but some people are earning 50 millions, and some people are earning 100 shillings. So we are buying the same soap, we buy the same sugar, we do everything, we pay rent, and maybe these people stay in their homes. So I would like to be enlightened on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, make sure you get to the point so that we have enough time for everybody who wants to speak to make his or her submission.
Thank you. My name is Gerard Koraneza from Population and Social Development Institute. My point that I want actually, Doctor, to enlighten us, should government rethink of its opening up actually the economy, privatization, like in education? You gave a very good example right now. This is a school fees week, and people are paying a lot of money. So should we rethink of the privatization, the liberalization of the economy? Should we be thinking about that? 2, what is your take on the taxes, the URA taxes, vis-a-vis the kind of local investments, the youth who are starting up with small businesses, and the tax regime? What is your take on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Betty?
Thank you very much, Fred. I have listened and actually thinking how we plan. And I have also listened to the questions that are being, put to you. One of the pillars you talked about is self-development. I would have loved to hear more about these circles, the community development initiatives, which you haven't mentioned, because I've been to Kenya, and I specifically know this has boosted the economy so much, just simply by people working together. Something that is happening here, but it is not really being implemented in the manner that it should. And I think that is one of the things that this PDM is supposed to help us with. And secondly, aware that the world is really fast-pacing with technology. The AI is here, or not yet in Uganda. There are all these chat GPT and whatever it is. So do you see a role, or it will still leave us behind, or it will still even destroy our economy when it gets here in full swing? Please comment on technology, because we know the young people, this is a huge opportunity for them. These days when we are planning things, we think about, you know, what is this young person or this young led organization going to bring into our space. Even when we were organizing this meeting, we knew that young people will offer something for us in regard to technology. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I said, let him respond, then we shall come to the second round. Is that okay? Okay. Oh. Okay, so there was a short burning question, and we have welcomed it. Now, Dr. Muhumuza, you have the floor. You have quite a mouthful of questions, but others are comments, so take the floor.
Thank you, moderator. When one has very many questions, it's an opportunity to leave some unanswered, especially the difficult ones. But I'm glad I have, I warned you people, don't join me among those who have sleepless nights. Florence seems to be joining me there. These things bother me, and they should be bothering us. And this really, these questions are not for us to answer now. They are things we must wake up to. Every question you have raised is a reality in our space. It's something we can't wish away. It's something we need to discuss objectively, in a sober way, and realistically. Because burying them under the sea and say, let's kill Ugandans, that's not going to help the problem. And the people we think about mindset change, they're actually being rational. These girls and boys are dropping out of school because they are seeing those who went to school and those who didn't go to school. They are being rational. And then you want to change their minds to what? It is you to change your mind and sit in their shoes and say, okay, why should I go to school? In the 70s, when I went to school, Idi Amin was here. There was reason to do so. And when during the war of Museveni and Obote in the bushes, I happened to be in O-level, secondary school, Kabalega SS. It was one of the Luero triangles. We were bothered by war quite often. And I remember going back to my village and saw this man with a small house with small windows. So when I said I'm in Kabalega Secondary School, he said, oh, that was my school as well. When I saw his way of life, I said, I need to go beyond Kabalega Secondary. This is not going to be the end. Yet many of my classmates thought by going to secondary school, we can end. I said, no, this is not where I have to end up. I must go. There was motivation. But now it doesn't seem to be giving any motivation. How do we change that? It doesn't matter how many classrooms we build. We can count teacher-pupil classroom ratios and all those. They are nice indicators, and they are making you progress. But you're not with the population. You're not giving a signal to them. I have another school this year. They have no P7, literally. Everybody dropped out before then. I was talking to the DC chairman. There is no candidate in primary 7 in this particular school. We are still saying a primary school in every parish. Here is a school in a parish with children and families and no candidates for P7. How do we solve these issues? Do we still have to speak industrialization? Yes, we should, but what should be the conversation? Industrial parks, electricity generation and transmission? Are we speaking to our realities? For me, that's the key message. We don't seem to be speaking to our reality. So the issue of mindset change is really which signals have we put out there and how are people interpreting them. When we set these things 11 years for every child in school, what are we trying to achieve? What are we trying to solve? Economics is very clear, we move by demand. As I've said, supply side economics is not going to help us. Where is the market as you set up that production facility? Where is the market as you set up skilling those Ugandans? I have young girls I've been working with, they did salon, they have run a salon for the last 7 years. One of them said, I am not making any progress. Uncle, I'm tired of coming to you to ask for money when I am working. Now I want to ask for money from you for one last time. Help me get a passport. That girl is in the Middle East. I mean, these are realities. So you are skilling people without a market, without demand. The skills are just part of the solution. This girl had all her skills. She's now doing something she was not skilled in. I don't know which work. But at least we keep on WhatsApp. I just want to make sure she's alive and free and accessing her gadgets. But these are issues. These are realities we need to be facing. So jobs versus work. It may not even be employment is work. Can people find work? Decent, meaningful work. The industrial people, have seen people working in the factories we have set up, they are not still getting that kind of employment and salary levels that will help them. So talking about the PDM, I think the major thing was a conceptualization at the high level, and this is an inherent weakness or challenge within government. People will always say, give us the money. And they sometimes say it's about a strategy. You cannot just throw money after a no strategy or a wrong strategy. Is your strategy right? So the parish development model was really to bring the one government concept, to say we all need each other. I cannot put all my money in health when people are not having good food to eat. How do I balance out these investments? I don't want to do all the roads when there is no extension service providers. There will be nothing to move. So the PDM or the 7 pillars are covering all the different aspects required by a household to make progress. So it's really not a good idea to just narrow it down to financial inclusion, because then the people go back to history and say these were rewards, political rewards. I don't mind even if they were political rewards. Can we get something good out of that political reward? Because money is money. This morning, and I'm going to buy the papers, please buy them and read. There were some good findings that come out. Statistics really speaks. This economy is moving over 500 billion per day on mobile money platforms. 500 billion. What is that money doing? I want to dig into that statistic. I want to know, but I can even just sample myself. Which people do I send money to? I am sick, fees. I mean, and everybody might be like that. If you are doing transactions, you are paying umeme. That's a transaction. You are paying for water. You are paying for merchandise. You are getting rent because people are paying by rent. And this again speaks to her question. What does technology speak to us? Technology is a game changer, but there are winners and losers. I was at the helm of really making sure mobile money works. When it came in here, thanks to the British government, through Dividend, they gave us money to run projects and give mobile money the foundation. Now when you are sending money, you are able to get a name. Those were investments we had to work with. The NITA, NIRA, government please roll out the national ID, and government did it spark, the apps came up, now you can't send money to a wrong person. There were Bafere who came up, we have found a solution for those, thanks to the central bank. Now the mobile money are in there and they are really regulating. The Bafere are going down. But MTN platform alone moved 92 trillion in 2022. Forget about Airtel. Now, these used to be bank tellers, some of them, they have lost their jobs. But it's a good thing, because now we can transact even in the middle of the night. So the technology has given us efficiency, has given us security, has given us a lot of things. And some of us dig these numbers. I see people load on money in Arua and offload it when they get to Chikobo, because it is dangerous to move with cash. So they have found mobile money as a safe platform. That's exactly what we wanted to achieve. But that has removed a certain banker who used it to do that business. So technology is giving us the pluses, but it's also giving us the minuses. And we can't fight against technology. So we are going to get to those levels, as I said. We are going to have a time when you have to pay unemployment benefits. Because there are people who are not going to have jobs. But we want them alive. They need to pay their rent. They need to eat. Because that stimulates the economy. That's what Thailand did. They knew there were some people who were out of job. But this economy needs them spending. And by the way, you spend that money in the morning, by evening, it is with the people who you tax. So part of it comes back. But comes back after doing something. These are strategies for me. I'm not making any serious recommendations, but I want us to have a conversation. What can we do differently? And we can tamp and investigate different things. There are out there things we can do. So URA is pursuing to find money. They were told 25 trillion last year. They found it somehow. Some businesses, of course, died in that process. Now they have told them you must find 29. They need to find it. More businesses might die. Is that the way to go? We have to rethink. Because those which business that died last year are not available to pay tax this year. And the one that will die this year will not be available to pay tax next year. How do we tax and then keep the businesses alive? As I always say, sometimes you come to donate blood and the doctors will say, young man, thank you for the offer, but please go back and eat more greens. So I'm looking for a point when you get to a business and you're like, I had come to collect tax, but please pay next year. First go and be alive. That's the way the taxation should move. That's the way you lift that black line upward. That's the way you create wealth and allow those who have created wealth to sustain them. So we need to get back to a policy conversation. Our policies are not going to take us there. I think the same thing with SACCOs and cooperatives. Here SACCOs became only monetary, SACCOs not production, SACCOs. And then they became a channel for political money conduits. So they lost the focus and the ideology behind SACCOs as in Kenya, because they were captured by the political establishment. The same thing captured the local governments. They became political conduits, no longer service delivery conduits. If you read the decentralization policy in 1992 and coming through, you'll find it has completely changed. It's no longer about service delivery, it's about, that's why I was talking about those 715 town councils that were created without town clerks. But because the Electoral Commission needed them created, councillors and mayors put in, and then without technical staff. And the service is not done by the mayor. It's the town clerk. So now you talked about service. How do we accommodate these 140,000 graduates? He has no salary for September for his local government. You want to bring fresh graduates into what service? The other day we had failed to transition the interns into practice. These are critical. They already have their skills. They needed a little bit fine-tuning to be given certificates to perform. So these are realities. But as I've said, if you are rolling over 40% of your budget in debt management, that economy requires a rethinking. Because whatever we want to do, we don't have the money. Before we wake up, the budget has taken all the money, I mean the debt. And then the wages, and they are not even adequate. So we can't just still keep pushing on. We need to stop and rethink. And I'm hoping the National Development Plan will give us an opportunity to really do that. There are many questions. It's a conversation, as I've said, that we need to really open up. PDM was about all the 7 pillars, the roads and what. And when people thought PDM is only financial inclusion, and I hear people 1.1 trillion, we're rolling it out. I'm like, what about the trillions you are putting in education? It's also part of PDM. Can we follow them and ask for accountability? What about the trillions we have put in health, human capital development? That's part of PDM. So PDM was going to help us bring everything together. And the pillar 6 down there was community statistics. Can we get information? Are we making progress? Are we not making progress? So some of these things were shelved because everyone wanted to dish out the money. And now the money has reached the banks and can't reach the people because there are no functional government structures to identify who should pick the money and pass it on to them. That was Pillar 7. That's why we started by recruiting the parish chiefs. This money was supposed to be appropriated under each local government. It was appropriated under Ministry of Finance. Why? It should have gone to the local government so that the cows are responsible with their teams to make sure this money rolls out. Now it is sitting with the banks. In these local governments, the cow is like, I hear. And indeed, it's not in his docket. Now the banks are lending that same money to government. They are creating wealth for them. And we are not. So there are many policy issues that have really engulfed us, and we need to resolve them. Until we do that, I challenge the members of parliament. We are spending 2.6 billion per day on parliament. 2.6 billion shillings per day. Whether it is Sunday, Eid, Christmas Day, you just divide their 945 billion budget by the 365 days. And that is parliament. You can't cut their budget. What are we getting out of it? Are we creating wealth? I mean, we need to think. We need to think. And we couldn't find 80 billion to pay the interns. So I think quite a number of questions. I really want to end with one. Value addition. Value addition really is tricky. As I've said, you can't generate enough food for the family to eat. You saw how many are subsistence. For the community to eat, because the first priority is food. And that's why some of the PDA money, people are spending it on food. When you grow food in a family, in a community, first of all, they feed themselves. Whatever is left, the South Sudanese and DRC people and Kenyans will buy it. Now, by that time, there is hardly anything left to put a processing facility. So, and processing facilities need huge stock. Some of the maize mills that CAIP, which government put out there under CAIP, they are supposed to crush 1 ton per hour. Where would they get that maize? So value addition is a good conversation, but if you have not addressed the upstream production issues, you don't have enough volume to add value and be commercially viable as a maize mill, as a rice huller, as a dairy cooler, as anything. So value addition is being constrained by the failures upstream. And yet we are rolling out industrial parks and more so. But also, the deficit, if you don't have a market, you have a problem. So we need to look broader along the entire value chain and be able to address some of these issues. Again, read the monitor. We are now selling Soroti Fruit Factory. I hope we find a buyer because private sector is rational. Nobody is going to buy it when they know it can't work. And the reason it can't work, there are no oranges. The reason there are no oranges, no extension service providers, the farmers, the prices are low, all sorts of things that must first be cleaned up upstream before Soroti Fruit Factory works. So these are realities we have as we try to create wealth. We cannot create it just through dreams and imaginations. I told you only witch doctors do that and keep their money. For us, the statistics and realities must be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, for responding to issues in the first round. Now, let's go to the second round, which will also be the last round. Please ask one question, keep it short, and if it can be under 1 minute, that would be great. So we start from this side. As usual, then we move to the other side. I see the hand of Dr. Charles Ranga. Oh, but there's a lady. Yeah, please, take the mic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhumuza. My name is Asime Bridget. I work with Path for Health Uganda, and I'm excited to be here. The conversation of demographics to wealth creation. You kept on talking quite very many things, and I must say I could be one of the people that are representing the Omuntu Wawansi, the last person in the community. While you are presenting, I think I was literally emotionally depressed. I was just wondering, not any different from what my colleague said. Just to let you know, the previous report of how much we spend in Uganda in regards to violence against women was 1.6 billion. And we are the very people that are saying, let's keep these girls in school so that to prevent the teenage pregnancies, the child marriage, and then we will not have to invest more in HIV. Yeah? And I'm just thinking to myself, why do we have then to do all this, yet we don't see the benefit? You have come up with a very good program, PDM. Before we know it, there is a, I don't know if you remember, there is a time on TV when there's a district that used all the PDM money while they were planning to use PDM money, and they were asked, how did you use this money? And they say that we used it to plan, something like that, to spend it, how to spend it, you know? And it didn't make sense. But for me, Dr. Muhumuza, in one of your pillars, you talked about community mindset change. Dr. Muhumuza, you are leading a country that is, in Africa, we are, I think, the 5 top most African country where we are depressed. That's where Uganda belongs. This country, on top of the poverty that you're talking about, all those health wheels that we are talking about, we need to emphasize mental health. We need to emphasize mental health. The people that we are entrusting this money with have quite many problems. I won't get into those. Please, let's kindly emphasize mental health. Let's counsel these people. Let's counsel the young people. Let's counsel the mothers. Let's counsel anyone. Even if it is URA, anyone, let's counsel them. Then lastly, my question is, can we please have the policy makers to read and understand what you just presented? Sometimes I assume most of them have attained masters, they are professors, yeah? But when we see them speak on the cameras, they look so green from what you've just presented. I think they would appreciate, they are the decision makers. I mean, if you're the decision maker and you're from Ministry of Education, and you just get to know that you have to pay for your child, and by the time they are done with their secondary, they have to be, your child will be paid 250. Won't you think twice about it? Or we should just assume that it is cream goes with cream, that the international will go to the international, and us who are in the community won't represented. Next time, if we are having this, the 3rd demographic dividend, we would be very excited to have those policymakers in here, so that when you make such a wonderful presentation, they also think, so that they will also think through and have something to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the wonderful advice and the question. Now let's go up there to Dr. Ranga.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. Yeah, okay. Dr.
Thank
Ranga,
you,
take the floor.
Dr. Muhumuza. My questions rotate around financial demography. You seem to be advocating for bonds rather than kind of like investments, according to what I saw there. Isn't there a situation where government can default? If it happens, then what would be the way forward? Second, there are some financial investment groups that are private, which work the same way BOU work. What is the stability of these investment groups? Why I'm asking is that I could be retiring and I get my package, and I would love to invest my package into these financial markets. So I would be happy to get your views. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now in the middle section of this hall. Any question? Oh, please take the floor.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for this wonderful discussion this morning. I only have one question related to the PDM model, the parish development model, where groups are expected to work together on
a particular enterprise that they have identified. But in the background, I also know that progressive entrepreneurs, in most cases, are individuals. So I wanted your view. Why couldn't we go for individual model, or even at least a family model, where the controls of such an enterprise can be guaranteed? Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please. Keep it short.
Thank you very much. You have presented to us, according to you, the findings from UBOS, how we are earning, even after masters, bachelors, and whatever, those in public section. We know that the government has been implementing. First of all, my name is Dixon, and I'm the district planner, Busheng. We know that the government has been implementing a number of programs. For example, we had the Myoga. We saw something to do with wealth creation. But at the end, we are not seeing the impact in our communities. When you read the NDP 3, the government is saying that we must now go for PDM as a mechanism. But PDM is more or less the same as Myoga and other programs that have been implemented, which have failed. You have presented a very well research here. Now my question is, do you think PDM is different from other programs that have failed, like Myoga, which I mentioned? Do you think it will succeed compared to other programs? Because, one, my understanding, the overseers, you mentioned it, the cows, the parish chiefs are not motivated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else in this section? The last in this section, then we go to the other section.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhomuza, for your presentation. My name is Mugurisi Gideon. I'm the district planner of Yende. I have two issues. One, Doctor, I'm wondering whether at your capacity and with Rick in economics, at one time you can come up with a policy document and then present it to executive, where the president himself is chairing that meeting. This is in regard to previous interventions which has been put in place, referring what those which have succeeded and those which have failed, and now forecast what should be done different from things which has been handled as usual. I think currently the president himself seems to have taken charge to make a decision, and sometimes it's unchallengeable. But when you have a document and call as a doctors, as a professors, and present in economic terms, will give it a sense than picking something from somewhere and we implement without testing. That's one. Then the other thing is, what do you take from a country where we need to reduce inequality and poverty, but again we have a policy where if you are to pay your civil servant, you pay them indiscriminatively. A case in point, you are paying the head teachers of a secondary school. They are heading a school, but also they offer science. They are those who are taking arts. And we are aware there is no institution in this country where we are only training teachers managing science schools. I want to appeal that can we maybe handle the issue of national employment policy, I heard of this, and then harmonize the salary pay policy in this country. Maybe it will reduce the payment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We go to the last section of the audience.
Thank you very much. I'm Elwanga Charleston from Chambok University. I want to applaud Dr. Muhumuza Fred for his presentation, especially on two issues. One, planning based on evidence. Two, policy review for the government in different sectors so that we move forward. Now, I want to raise the issue on taxation. We have two types of taxation in Uganda. There is indirect and direct taxes. And as we've been drinking water, we are paying taxes. But as I was coming, I accompanied somebody who works with Uganda Revenue Authority. And we discussed about taxation. And we realized that indirect taxes is a little bit more dangerous than direct taxes. Why? Because people do not have the civic responsibility to question where their money goes, because you have not paid taxes. You don't see that you have paid taxes, and yet you are paying taxes. Now, is there any way, Dr. Muhumuza, to convince the government to review the type of taxes that we are paying? Because I remember one time Dr. Kiza Besigye was campaigning, and he was saying that all taxes, graduated taxes are not good. He lost the election. The candidate of NRM came and said, no, you are not going to pay graduated tax. Now, people don't pay graduated tax. From this person who works with URA, the taxpayers in Uganda are less than 3 million. We have a population of around 47 million. So, it is 3 million feeding 44 million people with that taxes. Number two, Dr. Muhumuza said he studied using money from agriculture. I also studied using money from agriculture, from cassava, from cotton, and all this. But I'm a follower of Dr. Muhumuza in debates. There is a forum on Wednesday run by UBC. And Dr. Muhumuza one time eloquently and convincingly said that the government doesn't have to get involved in a banking sector. In other words, the government does not get involved in business. Business will be run by the private sector. But you also say that the rich people don't spend their money anyhow. How can the private investors pick money to spend on the youth who are supposed to engage in economic activity so that we benefit from demographic dividend? Do you still hold your view that the government should not get involved in business? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other? I see a hand up. One gentleman, then there's a lady up there. Please keep it short. We also have our online friends. They are going to speak. So let's be very, very conscious of time.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Philip Dixon Okello, the District Planner of Apache District Local Government. Chair, the presentation has been very insightful. There are so many areas that one could have commented on, but I want to pick on one that you mentioned when you were opening discussions on agriculture, production, and productivity. Chair, Dr. Fred Muhumuza agrees that agriculture is the backbone for this country. We all agree. And it goes ahead to say, we are still there for the next 30, 40 years. But again, he also goes ahead and says, we cannot mechanize agriculture because people have parcels of land, plots that are even scattered. Where is the problem? Chair, I think the problem is in our land ownership systems and land fragmentations. I believe that we still have a lot of land in Uganda that we could create farms. But because of our own systems, if my grandfather had 20 acres of land and he gave birth to 10 sons, he would distribute the 20. Maybe each of them would get 2 acres. Out of the 2 acres, each of them is going to build his own house in the middle of his 2 acres. Then they give birth to children. They would divide again. And that is the system that has brought us problems. Now, my question to Dr. Fred is, isn't it possible to change this? For instance, I would think if government built low-cost housings in centers and they leave the chunks of the land to be used for agriculture and production, I think it would work. Or why can't we go ahead and coerce people to settle in settlements in centers and they leave other parts of the land that can be used for production? Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lady up there.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Niona Nakuya from Regenerate Africa. So my question is that the biggest reason as to why we are here is because we have a bulging young population that we want to, it's an issue that we want to solve. So my query remains that we have, personally, I've participated in skilling programs for the youth, but they've always been dropping out and going for easier ventures, easier, I would say, sources of employment that give them quick money. So my question to Dr. Muhumuza, and maybe the rest of us, could be how best can we harness this young population that wants to earn quick gains as compared to earning the skills or learning how to catch the fish instead of giving them the fish directly? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, I'm told our online friends may want to make some response. So this is the time. If you are out there and you have a question, please keep it short. If you have a comment, similarly, keep it short. Anybody online? I had been alerted that Viola had something to say. Viola, are you there? Yes. So it seems Viola is not probably connected so well. Any other person online? Probably along the way, if they get connected, we shall allow them. So let me allow our presenter to make his response to the wonderful questions and the pieces of advice. Dr. Fred Muhumuza.
Once again, thank you, moderator, and thank you, participants, for really a candid engagement and discussion. This should be how we should be raising the questions that then we subject to the evidence, and then we can plan. So part of the challenge we have in the country is policies are made, as I said, anybody says anything and it becomes policy. And then it's not speaking to the coordination of one government concept. You see a bad road and then you promise, once we do this road, we are done. A member of parliament comes and buys an ambulance. An ambulance is not solving the problem of people dying. If there is no health worker, if there are no drugs, we call it systems strengthening. And that's what PDM was about, all the 7 pillars to approach the challenges from all the different corners and fix them. So part of the problem we are going to have with the PDM is partly structural, and people have not embraced it in its all 7 pillars to say how do we move them. Some of them didn't require money. They might have required additional money, but some monies were already there. But that's the distortion that people think it was something different from the local government. This was really deepening local governments, and I'm glad there are many. Thank you for bringing the district planners here, because these are real docket holders. They feel it, they see it, and they need the support to really say, how do we get it out of here? Because if you are going to do roads to get people to health facilities which have no drugs, which have no electricity, sometimes this happens, we have areas. Katas of Omeme, they have not switched off a number of hospitals, but many of them, the other day, they switched off one major hospital in Kampala because of water. I mean, these are serious issues that we need to speak to, that even as we are skilling these girls and these boys to give them opportunities, you want to say, what is the hemorrhage on their little income? And that's why I was saying, can you find the areas that are eating up and taking their opportunities, but even those with opportunities, what is taking the value out of those opportunities? It doesn't pay you to get a skill, and then the bigger employer who was giving you a job loses the factory to either a money lender or a bank loan. And money is money. There are many kind of things on how do you use that money to really solve your problem. I think there was a good model. One time I was in Changwanzi, and the president raised one of the citizens he had advised against land fragmentation. This man grew up in Imbarara, and when their parent died, they split up the land, and he got 20 acres and couldn't help him. So he migrated to Changwanzi and bought land after selling his 20 acres in Imbarara, came and bought, I think, more than 80 in Changwanzi, and he told his children never to split the land. So the conversation was, why don't we create this as a factory? Let's create wealth, we split the profits. So instead of a family dividing up land, keep it together, do mass production, create wealth, generate profits, then share the profits. Because then you keep the scale. But the moment you split it up, they become small, unviable entities that can't make you money. We have the same challenge with the local government. They are too tiny to do anything. We've been rethinking how do we bring back regional development plans rather than a district development plan. Because some of these developments require a conversation at that scale. How do I put hospitals under the referral system? This is the policy conversation that we need to rethink. Should healthcare be delivered by districts? Shouldn't we create health districts that are independent of the political districts, mapped under the referral system? That may serve as an option. I don't think the military runs according to political systems. For them, they are structured differently. They know their challenges, they know how they deal with them. Police also has the same thing. We've just done a GKMA, Greater Kampala, for the roads in Kampala that the World Bank has given us money. It is actually 9 different local governments lumped together. It didn't come easy. Mukono municipality, Mukono district are in there, Kampala with the 5, divisions, Entebbe, Wakiso district, because these roads are interlinked. And some of the development require us to rethink some of these thoughts, bring these chairmen together, and maybe even write them, some of them off. It's about service delivery. What is a district chairman without money? The people won't feed him. What is a mayor without a functioning health facility? Exactly. So can we rethink, because the model where we are, for me, these are the sleepless nights I want us to share, because then we'll wake up and say, no, we are in a wrong place. Let us rethink. So the demography is going to roll us, and if we don't wake up and think faster, we'll have that challenge. Agriculture is how you organize it. Everybody used to think Russia was an industrial military power, which is true. But now we know that Russia and Ukraine produce 70% of the world's wheat. It's agriculture. That really the world feels of these countries. It's not the military drones and what, and those ones have just come in. But these have been agricultural countries for decades, earning billions of dollars from agriculture because they are organized. And by the way, they have one season a year. It is not even plant the whole year. No, you don't need to. Just organize yourself. This rain is sufficient to cater for our burdens. We only need to get organized. They have April to August. They are done. The rest is frozen. But they are being feeding the world 70% of the wheat needs. So if we can restructure ourselves, we can make agriculture. And the young people don't have to leave agriculture. But always we are saying, let them go out so that the land is left to who? Commercial farmers who are even asking government to buy them tractors. Are you a commercial farmer if government must buy your tractor? Then you're not a commercial farmer. You're something else. So I mean, these are conversations we need to have. And until we restructure and rethink these, we are going to have bigger problems following us. So for me, it's about strategy, targeting that lowest person, targeting that remote person. Thank you, my colleague from Chambogo. Planning based on evidence. Without evidence, we are witch doctors. I don't believe in witchcraft. I don't know where we are. Indirect taxes, I think they still remain the best. Economically, we say indirect taxes are better because you pick more money, everybody pays. So this whole conversation of a few people are paying tax is not true. Every time you buy airtime, 28% is taxes. So it's not MTN paying the tax, it's not a collector. We actually are paying the taxes. But as I said, with those little incomes, how many are consuming Rwenzori water? Very few. So they can't even pay that tax. Because they are coming with their water, they are actually abandoning drinking water and raising health problems. Because they can't afford the water. Even when you drink the water, where do you go to pee? You have to pay. So I've seen some people trying, these people are rational. They are rational. They know what it means for them. Which woman is going to walk into a toilet in Kampala and you pick UTI and you spend all your income treating yourself? You'd rather hold your susu until you get back home. That woman might even avoid the drinking of the water. They are rational. So until we get to that evidence, we are not going to be speaking to them and we'll be speaking to ourselves. Should government continue doing business? Yes, but what is the business of government? We need to define that. As I've said, you are selling Tejo juice. You sank money there, you're selling it. You have sunk money in Namamve. What is coming out of Namamve? The private people moved further, Mbarara, and set up industrial centers. We never put up, the real industrial center is after Mukono. No government money. If government is not rational, think again. What has government to do with the banking sector? Where do you get money to put in a bank? You are a poor government. Let the private people finance each other, but make sure rules and regulations work. The biggest cost to government is him giving me a land title and tomorrow I lent him money I cannot enforce. And remember, I lent him other people's money. So banks have almost 7 trillion locked up in court cases. And even where they have been allowed to sell, they are only recovering about 40%. So this is a nightmare. You don't want to push government into that space. But can government do its business of cleaning up? So should we liberalize? So for me, it's back to government and rule of law. I had those slides. Please don't forget them. They are critical. Should we liberalize? Should we privatize? Was it wrong? I don't think so. We have only not managed that space. As I told you, the roads are liberalized and privatized for the users. But the government ensures the rule of law on the roads. And we are following. So even in education, you don't want to blame the fees we are paying to private schools. What is the alternative? For some of you who are here. Bat Valley, Nakivuvo Blue, do you want to take your child there? So can we make sure you can take your child there willingly and gladly? It used to happen in this country. How do we get back to that? These are same teachers. It could be governance, I don't know what it is, but we need to fix that. Because we can't just begin blaming the private schools who have come to fill in the gap created by us from the public sector. Let's look at ourselves and fix it. Finally, is the issue of where do you invest your money? I talked about government bonds. For you as an individual, it's a good thing to invest in a government bond and get a good return. It's not good for the economy, unless government uses that money very well. If I'm going to borrow to run parliament at 2.6 billion shillings per day by issuing a bond, you have a problem. But even if this is how you are planning your retirement, you are in for trouble. You will get that money, but without health facility functioning, you will die in that village with your money. Because remember, as you get older, non-communicable diseases come in, and they are expensive, and they need urgency. So we need the whole system to work. You cannot say, me, I have my money. You will have it and die in that village because the culvert was washed away by the flood yesterday. So even your limousine can't take you to hospital. Can we work to make sure the entire system is functioning? That's all I'm praying for. Then we can create wealth. Then we can set a foundation for wealth creation. As of now, the table is tilted, and we need to make that table right. And one of the things that was supposed to do that for us, the 7 pillars of the PDM. Moderator, we need to move on.
Thank you. So, we are almost coming to the end of this session, but as chair, I want to use my power to ask you a very quick question. And this is on urbanization and wealth creation. In NDP 3, there is something to do with the urbanization. And in this country, we have several cities, municipalities, and town councils. And then you have a number of people who are moving from the rural areas to these urban areas. But some of them lack basic infrastructure. We normally think of roads, but even the other forms of infrastructure, like public sanitation, like urban green space. A modern city should have an urban green space. But some of these spaces have been taken over by these other people who are migrating. And it is not clear to me whether this kind of scenario is going to lead to wealth creation. So what is your quick take on urbanization and wealth creation? Thank you.
You can never survive a chair. I think it's a fundamental thing, again, which would not seem to have thought through deeply. It offers opportunities, like we said with the AI, but comes with challenges. We're still sharing videos of what happened at the Forest Mall yesterday. We are in a wetland. And thank God the guy actually called it Forest Mall. That's supposed to be a forest. The free spaces. So why do you put a mall in a forest? Leave the forest there. It will take care of itself. That whole Gogo is really a wetland. I remember there was Centenary Park. The businesses moved away. So when do we do our land use planning? When do we do our urban planning? So if you don't do that, the young people will keep coming, and then you lose it. So urbanization really gives us opportunities, but it is only those who have done their strategies right that will ride the opportunities and realize the opportunities created by urbanization. In this city, I don't see us getting there. Even the $600 million World Bank is giving us to do the roads, what will happen to the health centers? These roads will still be washed out because we are in a wetland in the beginning, to begin with. We have built up in places who manages our sewage, even the institutional structuring. One of the tweets I will leave you with that I remember really touching me was when somebody called the mayor and said, there is sewage flowing in your city. And the mayor gladly said, I'm not in charge of sewage in Kampala. It is national water and sewerage, and I don't run it. So if a mayor is not able to manage sewage in his city, goes back to why did we create the cities? None of them has received the budget of a city. They are still on the budgets of municipalities. So why did we create them? The minister is really battling up with these kinds of things. It goes back to our conversation. The local government and decentralization structure was hijacked by the politics. until we resolve that and say this was about service delivery, urbanization is going to remain a challenge, and the rural areas will remain a challenge. Muhumuza, I came to Kampala many years ago looking for education in senior, in A level, because my school could not guarantee me a place in Makerere. They were admitting only 2,000 students, and I knew I was competing with those in Budo, Namiryango, Gayaza, and even then the 2,000, some are medicine. My combination medicine was out, law was out, engineering was out. So really I was in that cash space where you're competing with about 700 people. I said I need to migrate to Kampala. But I had no fees. I did coaching. Teach me geography in YC, teach me mathematics in old Kampala, teach me. I am here, I'm not an OB of any school. As far as A level is concerned. But I had to sit somewhere. Now, can we offer the youth those opportunities? As I told you, it's about strategy, not a plan. So I literally dropped out of school, but not out of education. That was my strategy. And went to Makerere, government sponsored, because there was no private and I couldn't afford anyway. But my strategy worked. Can we offer the young people opportunities to do their strategies that will create for them wealth? Thank you.
Yeah, that clapping is well deserved, and I also want to thank Fred for this very wonderful interface with all of you. And I also want to thank you for the very brilliant questions, suggestions, and comments. And for that, you also deserve a big round of applause. Yeah. Okay, so our session is done. I hand over to the management of NPC for the next course of action. Thank you very much.
What a wonderful session this was. I want to request that we give them a thunderous hand clap again. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Muhumuza and Dr. Nzabona, for leading us through the session. Dr. Muhumuza, apologies. We had talked, you had another meeting, but I must say we couldn't have allowed to cut the session short, so you go back with that knowledge. Thank you so much. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I must confess that we actually past break time. I was being tempted to say we move on and forgo break tea, but I have not been able to overcome the temptation. So I request that we break for a few minutes. Tea is ready for us. I don't know whether we are ready for it. Yeah, let us have maybe 15 minutes, maximum 20 minutes of break. And then we come back for our last session, which is very, very important, very interactive. And the members who are leading us through the session are already here. But allow me to recognize the presence of about 2 people. I want to recognize the presence of Professor Mirembe, who is the Vice Chairperson of the National Population Council. And Mr. Omwa Samuel Samson, who is the Acting Director General of the National Population Council. I had every reason to recognize those 2 because I need bread. Yeah, but also we have Florence Pavlunji from UNFPA is one of the almost the members of NPC. Yeah, thank you so much, and all of you. See, National Planning Authority, thank you, Mr. Katumba, for coming again. We started when some district planners were not here. We are happy to have you and everybody. I want to wish you a wonderful break tea, but request my brother, Reverend Mugalu, to bless our tea as we go for it. I'm being told and lunch, yes. I like the faith. Okay.
I wish we have lunch. Okay, may we pray. Father, Lord, we thank you for this morning. Indeed, this is the day that you have made, so we shall rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for the deliberations so far made, And Lord, we bless you for a successful end of the conference. Now, Lord, we pray that you may bless and sanctify the lunch that we shall have, but also the break tea that you're going to have. And Lord, we pray that above all, may you continue empowering us to impact our generation. In the name of our Lord, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
That we develop as local governments. Is that possible? And we want to make that realistic. So I know this is it a column? What is this called? This particular column has very excellent experts, but I don't see students here. So I will request that some of the students sitting behind there, you're going to work in this group. And I'm not going to give you who is your president as you develop your issues. But, and I want to see the students moving right now, because majority of you are sitting on the other side. I want 3 from the back to move here and 3 from the other side to move here. Let's do that quickly. Chambogo, Makere, move here. We are all doing the same assignment. We want to have a kind of a robust plan which we shall implement over the next year, so that when we come to September, did this seminar, we are checking ourselves. We can challenge that we have for as long as we are very strategic implementation. Don't put practically doable. Put what we can do as population. Okay? Excellent. Thank you very much, those that have moved. Super. So this is group 1, group 2, and the last one where I was sitting is group 3. I know that group looks so big, entrance or the exit, but yes. And I see there are 2 professors there, Professor Kagugube and Professor Mukwe, of them are population experts. So you're going to be the leaders. Select the secretary. In 15 minutes, we are coming back to report. Group 2 are lucky, but I'm not giving. Group 2 has someone who has been so long, now senior planner of Bushenyi district. So you're going to group, tell us who is, you may be the leader yourself because that is what you do. But we need you to come up with a few of those things. As you're developing your strategic issues, please remember we started off with the transition. Don't forget our issues of health, because we are creating wealth. But how are we going to support people to be healthy so that we have wealth created? Because we already know where we are in the transition. If we don't ensure survival, if we don't support prevention of illnesses, and we keep injecting money in the health sector, then we are going to have less to invest. Finally, in this group. I have two professors at the back, at the real back. One of them was supposed to be my student before I disappeared from the Population Institute, but he survived, but the other taught me. So the two professors are going to lead this side. So can we start moving? Move to where those people that I have told you are. And if you don't please the people that are leading, raise your hands so that you can be identified. And we do this exercise. It is taking only 15 minutes. It is 1:15, midday. So at exactly past, I'll be calling you back. I hope the assignment is clear. We want to hear your voices because speaking to us. So do you all know the first road close to the door? Ah, yes. Thank you very much for calling them. You will talk to yourselves. Keep standing. You need to be. Please get up a bit. I know we've just come from break tea, but keeping straight is the best for our health. So keep stretching, keep stretching. Highlight those few things that we think we can do within the next 1 year. Bring everything into context. We are trying to pave a way for harnessing the demographic dividend for you. I don't know whether we still have our line. They can also send us their ideas. Do we have anyone online? Oh, yes. So we are doing an exercise of generating, we are really investing strategic thinking into what we want to undertake over the next year, the population experts of Uganda, to help the country harness the demographic dividend. So those online, we can pick your issues. Please put them in the chat. We shall add them on what the groups are doing. Thank you very much. Neno. You can say it's work in progress or something like that. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you didn't leave anyone behind when you are taking up your seats. I was watching and clearly see the excitement in each of our groups. I hope the excitement is giving us the action plan that we are going to implement over the next year. We don't want things that are out of our control. We don't want another NDP3. Can it be 2 minutes? I'm giving the middle group 2 minutes. I don't know whether you've called yourselves group 1, 2, or 3, or you've given yourselves the lion that, you know. So when you come to when you come to what you have developed, or as another animals, or and then we shall see how many lions we have. I'm sure we are all as excited as I am to listen to what the groups have developed. I don't know which group wants to start. Our groups don't know how your presentations are prepared, but we want, if we can not, but as we are, so please look out. We've also received a very good input from the participants online. And I don't want to, to make them feel like they are not here. So we want to ensure that we include these ideas, these strategies from our friends online into what we have already developed and what we are going to read out. So I want someone to come and help me and read, because my eyesight, yes, it is good, but I hate doing this. So someone younger than me who can read for us this, please come. Yes. I want a young person. come quickly, you will reintroduce yourself again and read all these issues.
Thank you, Madam. My name is Akamumpa Bibian from Makerere University doing Bachelor's in Population Studies.
So just read the issues,
not the names, okay. First one, can't speak, but how about rethinking affordable housing policy for our population, especially the young population, instead of electing arcades and malls? This is, as we speak, urbanization, because this ensures a healthier population and a healthier economy. Dr. Mhumza spoke of ensuring that we harness the land that we have in order to earn bigger profit margin. But do we have proper laws, policy in place to foster this? For example, Kenya has a law in place where a child can inherit their parents' property, lease or sell it out. This is how generational wealth is enhanced, and yet this is almost unheard of in Uganda. In order to harness the DD, population expatriates on some of these ignored issues, some social protection program. We have a number of these, including SAGE, YLP, CCT, UPE, and USE. But these programs are not reaching the targeted audience, vulnerable population living a dependency burden. I can't hear. I don't know if it's me alone or a general problem. I'm sorry. We also need to consider regional development to ensure DDIP strategies are integrated into district development plans, and conduct refresher training with district leaders about DDD indicators. M&E is the key to ensuring the effectiveness of program, hence the need to focus on monitoring and evaluation of the impact of DD interventions and adjust strategies to maximize effectiveness.
Excuse me, Doctor. I'm so sorry for interrupting. I was of the view that if she can read the names, because these are online participants, and they would love, it would feel good if they hear their names mentioned, that Gloria Nava, see, so and so is saying. So, thank you so much.
I finished.
So those are the ones. Okay. Very much these issues for us. DC. We have some great ideas already, and on top of this, we are going to make our own input. So thank you very much, our online participants, for your active participation and for making a contribution to the work plan that we are going to implement over the next 1 year. So let me invite now the participants. There's someone. Who is she? Oh, you're welcome, please. So we are listening to those who are closest to me. That is even better. Don't make the presentation another, rather your presentation another presentation like the previous. Just give us a summary, okay?
Thank you. Asio Priscilla is my name, district planner. The views that I'm presenting here are gathered from group 1, column 1, and here they are. Firstly, a DD communication strategy for all players at all levels must be generated, where one message can be developed and shared across, for instance, church, cultural institutions, and all other stakeholders. Planning unit, that is and village level. From here, we must domesticate the content that we've picked and learned from here and integrate it in our plans up to the grassroots level such that everyone can understand and we will harvest later on. Develop a multi-sectoral stroke a multi-program approach where we must involve the technical skills, we must involve the private sector, we also must involve the civil society in this for a greater benefit. At the beginning of our discussion, we had a beautiful story, an experience of one of us who engaged or who took a step to perform a vasectomy, and as such, he has mobilized others. That has been a good lesson and how he has benefited from the DD knowledge. And we will encourage others as well who are here. We also have to take responsibility. We're encouraging that we're not only telling people produce few, produce less, produce what you can manage, and as DD advocates, we're encouraging that the number that you produce, can you take care of? Those whom you are supporting, can you support them to work to enhance their livelihoods? The one that brought a big attention to all of us was the 360 degrees approach, where we're not only emphasizing that you're going to produce a few, produce the number you can, take care of them, educate them, talk to others, also encourage the others that family planning is good, but also help those who have not been able, because much as we are talking of the big numbers of the children that we are producing, there are those who have not been able to. How can we help those who have not been able to produce children? And also empower those around us to provide for their children. Engage community members in conversations, good health, good education. Above all, develop a demand-driven strategy that must be effectively implemented right from the village level. Engage persons even at household level. The policies that we develop must be effective. For instance, provide quality health, education, and improve the economy. The statistics, for instance, that must guide the policies that we are going to make. I want to say thank you. This is a representation of what Group 1 discussed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving what one has done, and I hope the rest can clearly see that all interventions are aligned to the wills of the DD, starting with fertility, coming down to health, education, economy, and issues of governance, but also emphasizing that from the community. Excellent. So group, I told you the president will always remain a president. I think this country people learn right from the top.
Good afternoon to you all. Dixon Bamusime is my name, and I was in Group 2 as the chair. In my group, we had a number of doctors and professors. And before we stand up for recognition. Yes. When we are still dealing with those population issues, at ways to interact with him. And here he is, we are sitting in the same room and interacting together. We were given a task of bringing issues first that are affecting graphic dividends and how those issues can be handled. But before that, we realized that for you to deal with demographic dividends, the key elements that we must always consider. We realized that amongst elements and education, we have health. And health, it should not be mentioned as in health, but we must invest in disease prevention, and we must also create free public health at all levels. That is according to what Group 2 was saying. We also realized that we must also go ahead and have good governance of the point. We continued and said that in order for us to attain all, we must also have what we call our community mobilization and mindset change. I am giving out these, then I'm going to give you the strategies that we have put in place in order to realize what we have mentioned. We also say that we must aid ability, because any person that is not accountable will just do things anyhow. And again say that we must ensure monitoring and evaluation. We said putting that in place, we must ensure that we have what we call skilling for production. Now, having seen that, as Group 2 members, we said we must now put strategies to explain, to ensure that what we have mentioned is in place. One, we started with education. What are those strategies that must be in place in order for us to achieve equitable education and quality education? We say that we must strengthen monitoring and supervision. We realized, true, we have monitoring and evaluation in our local government, for example, in the ministries. But we realize that there is something that is lacking. When one of the presenters was presenting here, he gave an example of a certain district where they had only 4 grade 1s. Now, it came into our minds as Group 2 that probably somewhere there was a lack of inspection and monitoring by inspectors of the schools. And now Group 2 was saying that we must come up with a strategy to strengthen that. Again, when they were discussing, they realized that probably the problem of dropout could be lack of some resources somewhere. And we say that the capitation grant probably is not enough to cater for all enrollment. And therefore we are saying that we must ensure that there is proper or adequate resource allocation under capitation grant. Still on education, we are saying that in order for the communities to realize the impact of education and probably in the long run come up with the issue or fight against those dropouts, we must ensure community mobilization. Creating awareness must be done. And again, we are saying that being not enough, we must also ensure that the capacity building on job and benchmarking must be emphasized. How should that be done? That the government must ensure that that is integrated in their work plans and budget. Now that we are coming up with a program-based approach where we are shifting from a programmatic based approach. We also had an issue to do with public health, but of course from the beginning I also talked about it, and the policymakers must also emphasize the care issues and realize that Uganda as a country, we still have a lot to do. Probably if the country could emphasize on what we have as primary health care, then probably the health, the issues we tackled with. We are again saying that in order for us to achieve that point, we must have professional staffing levels. When you go down to the district level, even here in the ministry, you will see the doctor-patient ratios. It's alarming. But when I was discussing with the professors that I had in my, we must now doctor-patient ratios in order for us to fight against issues to do with health. We again say that if we want to talk about that, handle that, we must also sensitize our communities under health issues. And that is where we have the health teams. They are called health educators, village health teams, those ones. That we must facilitate them so that they go ahead to create awareness in our communities. We have issues to do with sanitation. And when we have those village health center teams, probably they will help us and we overcome the issues to do with health. We again said that in order for us to do that, we must the outreaches. We realized we have a number of institutions without people concerned to handle their issues. Second, they are the same. We must also tackle the point of creation of awareness and needs. It's important. Said we need a in our country. Under deepening gender mainstreaming, we realize that also we must do what we call gender awareness at all. We must also have affirmative action, and we must also have friendly infrastructures. Under governance, I emphasized it, we must have refresher courses for most of the political leaders. The public must be, we must have public availability. We must have availability of documents, that is information sharing. Lastly, under skilling for production, we said in order for us to overcome this, we must emphasize on vocational training. We need skills, needs assessment. We need like this one. We also need resource allocation towards the agriculture sector, because we realized they distance themselves towards on agriculture. They can find themselves there. Lastly, we need community mobilization and mindset change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dixon. I think in his presentation, he has emphasized community mobilization and mindset change so many times. So we need to start with the community, and good enough, he's closest to the community. So in the next development plan of Bushenyi district, we want to see more money allocated to community mobilization and mindset change. And then we'll also come and work with you and support the parish chiefs, the community the village health teams to do the sensitization, create awareness, so that we see the change we anticipate. So thank you very much, and let's give a round of applause to Group 2. And finally, Group 3. Excellent. I love seeing.
Very much. My name is Badru Maria from Makerere University, pursuing a master's program in population and reproductive health. Group 3, as our chairman, Mr. John Kakurungu, and our vice, Mr. Mukuru, as the secretary. We are presenting our views on the question was what should be done to enhance the demographic dividend. One of our views was about multi-stakeholder collaboration, that is between the ministries, private coming together. If there are issues on family planning, they are working all in hand. Then also on the issue of reducing and early marriages, we came up with reviewing the education system in terms of in school for students, the students spending in school the years. Also in terms of the education system should be skill-based education. People should attain the skills, not on paper. You're achieving your degree, achieving your highest education, but nothing can be done. And also linking the curriculum with country development programs. We also looked at, in case of, we have been seeing that fertility in urban areas is mostly desired fertility, whereby now we are seeing if we are addressing the rural-urban migrations, more resources are in the villages. People escape, come to urban areas, leaving activities to be done in the village, like agriculture. And when they come to rural areas, they are bringing maybe the habits, increasing the fertility levels, maybe they are joining some activities, like prostitution, maybe to earn the living. So you may find that such activities may increase the fertility of the what? In the urban areas. And also, we looked at how can we again reduce these fertility levels. We looked at mindset change, basing on the local people. That's engaging the parents, not only the parents, also the children. Parents should come on board, engaging them on how, and also teaching parents the benefits of small families. We come to sensitize these local people. Let them be part of the sensitization groups. Let them know the importance of having small families, and there maybe their income levels can be sustained at household level. And so when we also look at how we are developing these family planning messages, let them not only looking at, people should have in mind looking at the family planning as birth. No, shouldn't look at, maybe we should also bring in some components of looking at family planning, maybe having it being integrated, maybe telling this person at the household level that maybe family planning is not only about producing many children, but also after you producing, if you have few children, how can it increase on your income levels? We also looked at integrating these family planning services in terms of reducing the costs of these parents. If a woman comes for immunization, let her find, if she has come to immunize the child, let her find also family planning services available to reduce on the cost this woman incurs coming to the hospital. Let also someone maybe looking at, someone goes to the pharmacy, let that person find that all those services there. Family planning is available, maybe even other services at the what? At the pharmacy. And we also looked at that job creation for not only the people who are maybe who have attained education, but for those ones who have also not attained or who have not been in school, and those ones who are not in what? In the employment. We also look at those groups of people to ensure they are what? They are also employed. And we also took some case studies of Kibale and Rakai, where they are saying in their districts, they had some advocacy groups, which are based on people from the local communities. These family advocacy having a costed family planning program. They are financing the service, the activities of family planning. Like maybe if they go on the rodeo shows, those activities are financed and people are able to receive what? Messages. They also maybe have campaigns going into local communities, sensitizing what's the importance of families, what's the importance of having fewer children. And lastly, not to the list, we also went on adding on that family planning control should not only be based on, should be based on region, not on grouping the whole country at large, that these are the control what? Be regional. What cultural norms are in this community that are hindering them? Not grouping, not just grouping at random that maybe we shall, these are the measures which Uganda is going to use. Not only, we have to go on ground and see which regions, what are the norms that are there, so that we can see how we can work on it and use the what? The fertility levels. Next one is, thank you very much. And the last is diversifications of the youth. If maybe you have attained some education, maybe demography, don't go ahead and attain other. You can go ahead and attain some skills in agriculture, not having only one skill that you are going to survive. Diversify your skills, go in other areas, so that in case this chance comes, the other if you miss out this opportunity, you can get what? Another opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and let's give her another round of applause, and also give ourselves a very big round of applause for bringing out some of this. I'm happy to different groups, and in each of our groups, I think the issue of mobilizing communities and changing mindsets stands out very strongly. So, ladies and gentlemen, in our courts, we are going to be looking out for you between today and next year when we have our next seminar. I want to stop it here and say thank you very much. For time management, you'll whisper that to me afterwards. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite Dr. Patricia Nduga. Is she here? She's around to take us through the next session. These ones we are going to sit again with some of you. We shall invite from each of our groups someone to represent you. We clean them up and we come up with with a very good strategy on what we want to do. Then we have monitoring and evaluation team. We've agreed to do this. So how are we checking progress? Do we even have indicators to monitor? So that is going to happen. Allow me invite Dr. Patricia. Patricia is the head of Department of Population Studies. And if you look, this seminar has been organized in collaboration with many partners. And Patricia has had very good insights and input, not only in coming up with a program, but also in ensuring that we have students at Chambogo University join us as a seminar. So Patricia, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To observe all the protocol in respect of time. I know it's very challenging to talk to people at time. Many of you are looking at your watches and wondering, I hope this takes 5 minutes. So my task is to take you through expectations and topics for further work. I think this is where the gist of this seminar, us not just walking away and going back to business as usual. So I'll just give you a brief about the last seminar we had. That was in September 2022, which was our initial engagement with WDA, where we all met Hans and Manuel and Martin. We deliberated on how harnessing Uganda's demographic dividend can be taken forward. This seminar had a number of stakeholders. It was about fostering cooperation between governmental and non-governmental institutions. We had academia being represented. Of course, we had the students as usual. We keep saying Uganda has a young population, and you can't have such seminars without representation from the young people. So again, this seminar arose or came after we had had a series of, over the time we saw narrowing of the space of population science. I hope you all remember that. And so this was part of reviving what we now see as, bringing population issues at the forefront. And not to take you too much into the history, we came up with action points from the previous seminar, 3 of them. And one of them was, the 3 were, we build capacity of students and ensure they come up with research papers. In other words, these students are meant to identify areas of research. Of course, like today, we've had several areas that students can venture in, even other people, staff, partnering or working together with other institutions, coming up with excellent work that can move this agenda forward. We also established, there was a talk, or there was a suggestion to establish a Population Scientists Association, and I am happy to note that this is going to be launched today. I see population scientist members in the audience, and look forward to deliver this achievement. And then lastly, to establish a hub, a regional hub of excellence for population. This is a work in progress, and a proposal has been written, and believe by the 3rd seminar, we shall surely be giving reports about where we've reached with this. So when we come to the 2nd DD, which we are concluding today, focus was bringing different stakeholders for us to dissect that theme, linking demography to wealth creation. And I know the previous session we have shown that we are ready to link and to go back and apply theory and start putting this out there in practice. So the issue here today is, how do we move forward? How do the different groups, we have planners, we have academia, we have youth organizations, we have the students, we have all sorts of people in this audience. Religious institutions are being represented. So how do we take these issues to the grassroots? For example, the planners. Dr. Muhumuza talked about issues to do with land fragmentation. When you go back to your district, where are you starting from? Are we doing business as usual, 3 days at UBOS, and there is nothing to show of this? We want to see application at the grassroots. We want to see this mindset change we are talking about. What are you going to do out there to ensure that your people actually are thinking different? We are getting away from, my child should come to Makerere. I'm not chasing people from Makerere. But they talked about vocational schools yesterday. Yeah? Are we also showing people that there are alternative routes? Not coming to Chambogo, not coming to Makerere shouldn't be the end. Okay? So we should be the champions out there to bring out these issues that, yes, your child can get skilled, your child can have skill, becomes employable at the end of the day. And yes, we've also seen degree holders who are not employed, okay? And you've seen a primary school out also. I'm not saying that we should educate up to primary, but we need to think, okay? And again, referring back to Dr. Muhumuza talking about evidence-based planning, we have a lot of evidence out there that we can use to support our whatever. If we are suggesting something to a donor, to bosses out there, you have all this evidence to support what you are bringing on the table. So, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of suggestions as we move forward, I know that Population Scientists Association is going to be launched, but we are also thinking that through this, we can leverage on the expertise that we have in that association. It has all sorts of professions, people who are in NGO world, people who are in academia, people who are in different institutions, political organizations. And if we are talking about also contributing to research, we can support and build capacity of students. We have Makerere students, we have Chambogo students, and we ensure that they come up with research work that has been published or they are supported in one way or the other. So acting as mentors. Then we have curriculum review. I know that previous speakers have talked about the curriculum. We are looking at a skills-based curriculum. This is a call to academia, people who are teaching out there. What reviews can we make in what we are teaching our students? This goes to Chambogo, to Makerere. I know colleagues are here, and I hope they can integrate some of this evidence, some of these new demographic or current demographic, the indicators we are seeing into current, the curriculums. And lastly, suggestions on maybe perhaps we could have quarterly talks on DD, what progress is being made out there. Yeah, for example, if it's a planner from Kitgum, and the planner has come up with something, the community has embraced it, which platforms can we share and not keep this to ourselves, but maybe that way we are also increasing visibility of population. We are doing things out there and no one gets to know about them. But if we could share some of these with one another, form of population scientists, or it could be meetings that we have on Zoom, these are things that we could start with. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you, and the floor is open. We would like to hear more suggestions on how do we move forward, even though we could have a third DD, but we could hear from you. What are you planning to do out there when you leave this UBOS building today? Thank you very much. Yes. Looking forward to any suggestions out there that could work for us. The microphones are being moved around. This is an open discussion. We can have less than 5 minutes and we are out of here. Perhaps about 3 people.
Yes.
The others we could carry on the conversation after. Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon once again. My name is Nakuya Niona from Regenerate Africa. As an NGO that is doing biodiversity and integration of SRHR into climate action, we're already doing involving various multi-stakeholders, be able to sit on a round table and have conversations around how we can be able to harness sexual and reproductive health, stroke family planning, and integrate that into conserving our environment. We've already been doing awareness sessions, and we're also doing advocacy at national level, working with different ministries, Ministry of Water and Environment. We are still collaborating with various entities like National Population Council, and we'll continue to do that. But also, we are targeting international audiences, like the UNFCCC, which is the COP28 that's going to happen this year. So that is, we feel like those are spaces that we can be able to influence policy that brings out this integration, so that we can be able to tap into that to now define our practice, which I believe will be able to contribute, because we talk about demography and climate change. So that's the area where we really want to shine, really put our efforts in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes. I'm Alfred, Senior Planner Morocha. I would propose that we have regional demographic dividend conferences at the regional level, targeting all mapped stakeholders at that level. We could make, leaving aside the cost, we could make a 1-week conference in the region and pour out all the information in all radio stations and all media houses and youth communities. Having it just to the south, something like that. That's how I was thinking.
Thank you very much. Good enough. The funders are all here, and they are all ears.
Yes. First of all, thanks to the organizers. I think this is a very strong team that can take the work forward. And my humble suggestion is, let us have formed in form of either an email or our group, so that people on ground there, first of all, are able to do an activity and then share with the group. Whether you are in Vishenyi, whether you are where, we would love to see things going on in form of pictures. I know that, oh, our man down there is having a of it. How are you doing the mindset change? We would love to see us. Let them come to the national grid and we see them. You are talking about gender mainstreaming. We would love to see you with the women and you are talking to them. You are talking about public health in schools, in communities. Where are students? Simply mentioning it for the sake of it. We would love to see you doing serious things. When you talk about M&E, how are you doing it? Where are documents to showcase? And there is one thing we've not talked about. Corruption is an issue. We've not talked about it. What are your engagements on corruption? Because we can talk about public health, we can talk about all these issues, but the moment corruption is on top of them, we shall have no score. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katumba. Issues are being noted. But he raises very important points. I hope the planners here and the different people are taking note of that practical bit that we'll be sharing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lydia Simwe, Senior Planner, Hoima. I agree thinking of what we can do at a personal or individual level. Go back to our communities. I'm a little bit disturbed Because I am thinking we should approach the demographic dividend with a common to achieve. I am saying this to having common improving systems and structures. I hope I'll be able to bring it out clearly. Right now, we are implementing NDP3, right? It is developed at a national level by a set of intellectuals, a group of intellectuals. And actually, it was borrowed from somewhere, the program approach, moving away from working in silos. And later, we saw NPC struggling to ensure that now the district local governments do adopt or adapt. And even us as local government, we really struggled to ensure that the sub-counties also understand the approach, and then we are all empowered to achieve one of vision after a certain time of, after a certain period of time. Now here we are talking of moving forward. And then we start saying, Lydia, go to Hoima, find something to do. My brother, go to Bushenyi, find something. This level, lectures, we have digested the whole problem. Can we think of having a DD strategic direction or strategic plan? I understand at a higher level, it can get some strategies, but because of the uniqueness of our communities, we can take different approaches as districts, as a teacher, as a student, as whoever, but when we are having a common goal somewhere, a common understanding of the issue, that is where, therefore, for me, I would be thinking now as a way of moving forward. Can we have a DD strategic, the action plan or something for 1 year, well thought through according to all these discussions we've gone through, then we disseminate how practical an individual district can implement it, a particular church leader in a certain community can implement. I hope my point is taken. Thank you very much.
Very clear. Very valid point. 2 more and we close this. Thank you very much, Madam Lydia.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at a theme linking demography to wealth creation, and I think we still have more that we should have discussed in terms of investment opportunities for Uganda's young population. And in that direction, I think we need to make more papers, discussions, rotating how we can push this population of Uganda into productivity and help to investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Dr. Mushomi, please. Thank you.
I'd like to propose one action, and this goes to universities coming up with a pact or a cooperation or an MOU for action. I note that currently in Uganda we have 2 universities that produce demographers or population scientists, and every year chair produce up to we release about the students who are equivalent to the number of them. I hope we gather them in this room, just have them survive. It's not a job. It is an orientation, and we focus the training on demographic dividend framework, planning framework. Keep them at that district for 12 months. I assure you, students there, we attach them to plan would actually be community level. Everyone is talking about statistics from the community level. One of those roles they could do would be that. These are the that I'm assuring the members here. 10% of these students will find jobs, will not return. Number 2, we will change the mindset we've been talking about. 3, we will create wealth among them. Number 4, there will be an association. Finally, I think for me, this is a magic bullet we are remaining with to create a community practice that is sustainable generation to come. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mushomi.
Students getting beginning January.
Thank you so much, John. I think he has been cool, and we look forward to this concept come a few weeks down the road. Okay? I received a comment here. Can we create different themes under DD and write papers periodically for publishing, which would translate into a compendium of DD papers? Yes. They may need conference for discussions before publishing. Suggestion from District Planner, Chenjojo. Thank you very much. Sorry? Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Let's give all of us a loud hand applause. Thank you. So thank you, members. For now, I hand over to Dr. Chadondo to take us.
You know, we should be having our contribution. Population Science Association, to tell us what is this association, what is the plan of the association, what is it that the association wants to do. Because I feel some of the suggestions that have been coming up may already be taken care of in what the association has developed. So, and we have our teacher. Our teacher is the president, the chairperson, the president of the association. So, Dr. Sekamate, John Sebuliba, you're welcome. Some of us abbreviate their name as John says, to tell us something about the association in a few minutes, and then we shall go to the closing and have this association launched.
Thank you very much, Betty, for that introduction. Let me take this. Good afternoon. I didn't think I would again find myself standing between you and your meal. So let me make sure that I spend as little time on this as possible. I have to be grateful to Patricia that I've been thinking, you know, all along that nobody has been talking about what we committed to last year. So how do I bring this one back? But she has given me a good platform to recall that one of the outputs from last year's seminar was that we need to reactivate this association. So that is what this, let me call it a deliverable, is about. So this is the presentation layout. Okay. Now, just a brief background, because this is not, you will be surprised, especially the young people, that all this time, these people have never thought of an association. You know, we had an association, you know, some time back. I can see a few members of the audience who are members with me then. We were young scholars, believe it or not. But, you know, the association collapsed. Probably collapse would be too strong, but, you know, it doesn't exist anymore. And one of the challenges at that time was the issue of numbers. You know, we were very few population scientists or demographers. And we were quite, we were celebrities then, and we had issues, challenges of commitment. You know, we had too many competing, you know, demands. And I'm emphasizing this to highlight the fact that, of course, it's very good to have an association, but beware of the booby traps on the way. You know, how do we ensure that we have a stronger association this time round? Now, we've had widely expressed views to reactivate this or to resurrect the association. And one of the challenges that we have found in this field, in the field of demography and population studies, is that it is first of all a changing field, but then secondly, it is, depending on the way you look at it, it is kind of a dwindling field. And you don't want to borrow the economic principles of our friend Fred Muhumuza this morning. In economics, you don't want to be gaining a larger share of a shrinking market. Otherwise, that is a recipe for disaster. So we have to make sure that we keep our market, our field, expanding. So in some of these, global and national and regional fora, you'll find that you can go to a forum and nobody will even mention population once. Nobody will mention demography. Not that the people are no longer there, but the way that people look at, or the world, institutions and so on are looking at people and population is changing. So it is the duty of the likes of us to make sure that people do not lose their center stage in the world. And according to the ICPD, this is International Conference on Population and Development, the magic bullet to tackle population and development issues is placing the individual at the center of all planning. So that's where we are coming from, and that's why we feel that we need this association as a non-profit, non-political, independent, blah blah blah, as the association. Now, we have when this was expressed, we got together a group of volunteers, and we have drafted a constitution. We registered this association with URSB, and on 4th May this year, well ahead of the deadline you had given us. And now we are planning an onward registration with the NGO board. Now, these are the objectives of the association. It has 8 objectives, but I will not take you through what individually, the kind of objectives you expect for an association like this one. So, for example, to further the scientific study of population and related fields in Uganda. These are some of the things that you've expressed, and which are, as the organizers have said, these slides will be widely circulated, so you will be reading all these objectives. If you object to any of the objectives, you let us know, or if you feel that there are some objectives which have not been included, again, you can give us feedback and we include them. Now, these are the types of membership, again, which is, we are not reinventing the wheel. Usually, these are the kind of types of membership you find in this type of organization, associations, ordinary membership, student membership, and then the rest. I'm expressing, particularly emphasizing those two because they are particularly relevant here, except that for our WDA colleagues, we can give them some of the other memberships. Now, for ordinary membership, the proposed dues are 200,000 shillings per annum. This is for a whole year. So don't get scared by the figure. Student membership, 50,000 per annum. Now, the other memberships to be determined. By whom? By when we invite a general assembly. Now, this is the certificate of incorporation that we have received from the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, URSB. So this is for real, we are not kidding. And this is the interim committee, the interim executive committee. I was, honored that they elected me as their president. John Mushomi is the vice president. Please stand up for recognition when I mention your name. He's with the Department of Population, Makerere University. Oh, so people get that kind of applause. Oh, let me stand up also. Then Mrs. Grace Ikrimat Odeke, our Secretary General. She's a freelance consultant. Mr. Andrew Mukulu Rutakome is our interim treasurer. So, he's also a freelance consultant. Then Mr. Bob Elwange is our publicity secretary from Chambogo University. These are some of your students. Then MS Mbabazi Catherine, she's a committee member from National Population Council, but as many of you know, she's a bit indisposed, so she could not be here with us. Oh, she was wonderful. Hi, Catherine. Actually, I think I saw her name, but she may have stepped out. Then next is Dr. Betty Chadondo, committee member. Then MS Florence Mpabulungi Tagola. She's a national program specialist P&D at UNFPA. And Mr. Wilberforce Mugwanya, also a committee member. Don't think he could make it here. He's a regional coordinator, one of the regional coordinators in the UNFPA program based in Gulu. So that is the interim executive, and these are the people that are going to work hard to, first of all, operationalize some of the suggestions that have been made here, but also more importantly, to organize a general assembly for those members who will have, for those people who will have agreed to become members. Now, very briefly, in the next few slides, the PSA seeks to contribute to some of these international initiatives. Now, some of them fit squarely in what has been suggested. Others are, ongoing tasks and operations which would benefit from a collection of brains, as many people have said here, of this nature, where these are people who devote their time, as Fred said, who lose sleep at night thinking about these issues. So I think the country and the region can benefit from these contributions. Okay. Now, our next steps. We plan to hold a general meeting at a date to be mentioned as soon as we get, again, what the economists call a break-even stage with membership, to participate in the listed convenings, those which I've mentioned in the previous slide. Then implementation of a one-year plan and budget. Some of the items in that plan have already been highlighted. Then to operationalize a PSA office, we need to get a home and also an association journal. Again, some of the proposed actions here have been things like documentation, things like analysis. So that's a challenge that the association has to take up. And then I want to point out particularly some benefits to students and young scholars. Those who are here, but also those who are out there, whom we will be meeting and spreading the gospel to. That an association like this one has a promise of traineeships. Now, some of these are opportunities that you will not get, with due respect to Patricia and Bob Chambergo, these are some of the benefits you may not get from a university setting. These are additions, add-ons, traineeships and mentoring, okay? And so don't feel that they will be slighted because Patricia, I'm sure, will be a member of the organization. of the association. Bob is already the interim publicity secretary. So you'll be benefiting from these professionals. Now, finally, our appeal to you, not only the young scholars and young people here, everybody who is either a population scientist or, who is a demographer or an associated population scientist, our appeal to you is choose to become a member by paying the subscription and buying a copy of the Constitution, which we don't have here, but we shall be making readily available. 2, commit to participating in future association activities. And finally, invite more colleagues to join the association. I thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. JSS. This was giving us information about PSA. And I'm sure we are all heeding to the call to become members of the association. So with that excellent presentation about the PSA, we could not have anyone else to moderate our closing ceremony. We've come to the end, and we need to hear all the parting shots from the people that convened us to sit in this, many people call it Yubo's house. This is Statistics House, ladies and gentlemen. There are 3.5 organizations that sit in this very beautiful place called the Statistics House. It is not only for Yubos. So please learn that, and next time don't make the mistake. So Dr. JSS, let me take this opportunity to invite you to chair the next session, which is our closing ceremony. But before he takes over, I have been chairing this session. I don't know whether I have done well or I haven't, and I don't know whether I deserve a clap. But thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So Dr. JSS, please take over.
Betty, now I'm beginning to feel like a celeb. But, so thank you very much for the honor and trust you've placed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as she said, we are now going into our closing session. And may I invite the following, humbly request the following people to go up the podium for the closing ceremony. These are Dr. Hans Groth, the president of World Demographic and Aging Association. Yeah. Then Mr. Sam Omwa, Director General NPC. Madam, please pardon me for this blunder I've made in protocol. I should have. Florence Mirembe, the Vice Chairperson of National Population Council, and Professor Wakadala, representing the Vice Chair of the University, will be online. Now, Professor Mirembe, as before, she will be representing the Chairperson, National Council, and Mr. Sam Omwa will be representing the Director General. So let me invite Hans Groth, the president of the World Demographic and Aging Association, and we know one of the lead persons who have been around in this seminar, to give us a highlight of how things have gone, what has happened and what hasn't. And then, so to put the guest of honor, who is Dembe, the Vice Chair of the National Population Council, to put her in the picture. So, Professor Groth.
Thank you for giving me the microphone.
and you asked me to give a closing remark, which I will do with great pleasure. We gathered here on the topic linking demography to wealth creation. And as you remember, I have repeated, coming from the world, what we learned after significant and more than met our expectations in terms of outcome. And giving now a summary, important to have a look in the future. And one of the key outcomes was not only theory, published the numbers, we leap to at least some actions. And I know it's a humble way to the end where we want to go with the Vision 2040. And for me, one of the key achievements, and I just heard this morning, is the idea of sending young scholars of demography into the region and districts for to spread and implement the important messages we have gathered here, and to make the leap from theory to from strategy to action to and achieve the vision of the country. And for this, I hope more than that we will be here in a year again to continue to work on the plan, well, to be more concrete, not only on the national level, action also on the district and community levels. Final suggestion is I would kindly ask you to consider when we meet again that the Population Scientists Association will have next year a formal session as part of the next meeting to give them voice, authority, and to increase their power of advocacy for a very important topic which determines, shapes, and influences work with you to provide our more or less neutral input and to...
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, next...
Thank you, our session moderator, Professor Florence Mirembe, the Vice Chairperson, National Population Council, representing the Minister of State for Finance, Dr. President, Demography and Aging Forum, Dr. John J.S., the President of Uganda, the Population Scientists Association of Uganda, the representative of UNFPA, colleagues from ministries, departments and agencies, civil society organizations present here, members from the academia, specifically Kiambogo University and Makerere, our distinguished students, ladies and gentlemen. I make this, I just needed to make two or three comments, and from National Planning Authority, Mr. Katumba, coming up with a social forum, continue this post-DD seminar engagement. I think that's one of the ways to ensure that the knowledge we gained here is shared, and I think as national working with the team and us, we should make sure we put this post-DD seminar engagement. Let's look at it not as a one-off activity. Even before we go to the next third or the third DD, there should have been some actions going on. Then, of course, to bring to our attention that in 2018, this country developed the Uganda dividend roadmap. And then in 2020, a new population policy. Now, this milestone takes down the vision created in the roadmap up to 2040. So I wanted to know, if we are traveling this journey up to 2040, what are the signs as we move these roads? What are the signs that we are on the right track? So we have that DD roadmap. Then annually, working with support from UNFPA and in partnership with National Planning Authority, we have instituted what we call the demographic dividend assessment, which we undertake annually. We even go down and give districts the feedback. Right now, as we are doing local government consultations, budget for the next budget cycle, we are also disseminating, and we are also on the key DD investments that and the local governments must address to. And lastly, I wish to congratulate the population science for being done to one. You confirm the other three categories of membership. I wish to take up one of those, and the treasurer, once that is done, should knock on my door and I will enroll. Our chief guest, let me take this opportunity to read the speech. Allow me express my most profound gratitude to you all for having honored our invitation and participated actively in the second National Demographic Dividend Seminar 2023. In a special way, I wish to appreciate the visiting team from the World Demographic and Aging Foundation by Dr. Hans Groth for choosing to support Uganda in our work towards a demographic dividend. Ladies and gentlemen, the demographic dividend concept has been with us even before Uganda attained independence. However, most of the game changers, such as family planning, were forbidden subject in countries like Uganda until now. I wish to thank the government of Uganda through its leadership for ably supporting the game changers to take shape, the reason for the progress as evidenced by recently released Uganda Demographic and Health Survey 2022 results. Members, you will recall that when we ran the first Demographic and Health Survey, I think in 1995, we are not good. Expectation was at 45 on average. But now as we talk, it's at 63. If you talk of maternity and so on, bad. HIV/AIDS, the population policies we develop and the programs that the government put in place and the concerted effort of all of us, the stakeholders, we have managed to reach some progress. I must say, that to collaborate with national planning, with technical support from the the United Nations Population Fund, and we put in place these concerted and persistent efforts to see to it that the demographic dividend concept is appreciated by key stakeholders such as policy and decision makers, including members of parliament, district leaders, and this DD seminar is one such engagement. We have also mobilized and sensitized other groups at national and sub-national level, including state actors, political, technical. We have also engaged with cultural and religious leaders on issues to do with family, especially the misconception planning, but also mindset around vocational education in a bid to promote skilling, especially among the young people. Ladies and gentlemen, this DD seminar has shown us that we still have unfinished business. Whereas the DD has been integrated in our policy and development frameworks, the implementation of these frameworks is not up to the required speed due to poor mindset towards issues like family planning, vocation and training, and generally up to development programs, among others. There are cultural and religious beliefs, high poverty levels, mismatch between education and the labor market, and lack of data for evidence-based planning. In the last 3 days, we have deliberated on Uganda's demographic transition until discussed the importance of demography in advancing the nation's socio-economic development and unearthed interlinkages between population and other issues, including climate change. Provided an opportunity for us to reflect on our policies and the role different stakeholders can play in ensuring Uganda harness the DD. The seminar indicated that the work is cut out for us. We need to invest in mindset deconstruction, ensure our people have a positive understanding of DD issues. We also need to develop policies that provide effective support by strengthening adaptive capacities and building resilience through increased education. We need to consult and engage the young people who are the main subject of the DD. We also need to consider emerging issues like climate change and integrate climate change indicators into our development frameworks. We need to have a candid discussion on labor externalization. We also need to invest in capacity development at both national and subnational levels to ensure effective policy implementation towards harnessing the DD. Ladies and gentlemen, as we saw during the seminar, we are not where we were yesterday, and we are not where we want to be today. Now more than ever, we are more advantaged to leverage these opportunities to concretize on not only increasing awareness for those, but also getting into actual implementation and resource allocation for DD priority interventions. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to extend my deep appreciation to all the partners and stakeholders who have contributed to the DD discourse over the years. In a special way, allow me to thank the UNFPA, who has been working with us since the first country program, and currently we are implementing the 9th country. Thank you. Of course, we have new actors who joined us later. The Netherlands Embassy, we also send our appreciation in walking the demographic road with us. Wish to thank the Makerere University also partnering with us, and more specifically the team from the School of Education, School of Commerce, and then the School of Public Health. They have always given us the technical support to build our evidence-based decision-making frameworks. In a special way, also, I wish to thank our partner, the National Planning Authority. We have always been into this together, singing and drumming the DD support. Ladies and gentlemen, in a special way, also allow me to thank the second DD seminar organizing committee, and maybe all of you could stand up under the leadership the leadership of Dr. Betty Chadondo. Please, the members of the steering committee, it's a job well done. We look forward to the third DD. I also want to thank all the presenters who made presentation here. Let's give them a round of applause, please. The panelists, let's give them a round of applause. The moderators sessions. Effort in organizing. Of course, I don't want to forget our chief MC, John Ampire. Wherever with these few remarks, I would like to conclude that I look forward to a to harnessing the demographic dividend, and wish you all journey masses country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam Omwa, Director General, NPC. I can't believe this, but ladies and gentlemen, permit me to correct another blunder, protocol blunder that I made. I'm very sorry, Professor Mirembe. Professor Mirembe is representing the Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development. So at this, permit me to invite Professor who, as I said, and as people have been saying earlier, this is a collaboration among various stakeholders and organizers, and one of them is Makerere University. And Professor Wakadala is representing the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University. I'm sure he's online, and Professor Wakadala, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Do you hear me?
We can hear you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. The Honorable Minister of State for Planning, invited guests, my colleagues on the high table. I really apologize for not appearing there because I had been requested to attend to some other duties here at the office, but kindly receive my apologies. Guests and participants, my remarks are really going to be very brief because really time is not on our side, and participants really want to go and have a bite. So for us as Makerere University, we have been so much passionate about demographic dividends in terms of not only training the demographers or population scientists, but we have been so passionate in conducting action research to support both government and non-state enterprises and organizations in their planning framework for demographic issues in this country. And as we all know, of the population is very, very critical to economic growth of any country. And when you go to countries like Far East and Southeast Asia, they really harvest a lot from the quality of the population they have in their countries. So you look at the theme for today, aspirations of what we want to achieve as a country, demographic dividends and wealth creation. This is exactly the core of our concern as a country, but also as universities, where we should really look at how we can support our government, not only in producing the quality of the labor force, but also in helping the government come up with evidence to help them in planning and policy decisions. So I really have to thank the participants for this engagement and the discourse, and I'm very that the deliberations that have been made in the 3 days of the workshop will again trigger further discussions and actions for us to better our country in so many areas. I really, in a special way, have to thank the organizers of this very important workshop, but cooperation. Other international agencies for really making this a successful story. I really also have to thank the participants for really enduring to be in this workshop for these 3 days. I think let us clap for ourselves. Finally, as a university, we committed to ensuring that we become part and parcel of this development, particularly in reviewing our academic programs, aligning them to development aspirations of the country, but also making our programs practical oriented, and also working with the government and other agencies in producing evidence to guide planning and policy decisions. With these few remarks, I really have to congratulate the organizers in your respective capacities, University, School of Statistics, for really making this a very wonderful event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, represented by Professor James Wakadala. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite the guest of honor, the Minister of State for Planning, for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, represented here by Professor Florence Mirembe, to do 3 things. One, to give us the closing remarks. 2, as you recall, I introduced the Population Scientists Association, so to request her to launch that association, and 3, to close the seminar. So on your behalf, let me thank the Honorable Ring to do that. Honorable Minister.
But I thank God in that now it is me standing for 3 things on his behalf. And the first one, I will launch the Population Scientists Association of Uganda, PSA. And I should do that as because I love scientists. When I'm talking to my colleagues who are scientists, and in population, add on my, I think I'm in the right place to actually. So I have a small written here. The Population Scientists of Association of Uganda launching today is the newest professional body that aims to promote the scientific study and population and development issues in this country, Uganda, and beyond. PSA will provide a platform for researchers, policymakers, practitioners, students to exchange ideas, share experiences, disseminate findings of population-related topics. We also advocate for evidence-based policies, programs that address the population achievements, challenges, opportunities in Uganda, such as high fertility, rapid population growth, urbanization, migration, aging, climate change, health, and economic development. The PSC will collaborate with ministries, departments, agents, local governments, universities, and other research institutions, civil organizations. I also added other professional associations because population issues are for all of us. So we select those professionals that relate very closely to us and work with them, as well as the private sector. The PSC will organize regular events such as conferences, workshops, seminars, trainings to enhance the capacity, the visibility of its members, and their actions in communities. A vibrant population community in Uganda. The PSA will also publish peer-reviewed journals, newsletters, and other population publications to disseminate the latest research and best practices on population and development in this country, including those areas where they involve the communities. I want all of you to support this association, which I saw started 20 years back. In my language, somewhere it aborted, but it has come back to life. And I urge the PSA to keep the focus and deliver to the wide body of experts as you build for the future generations of population scientists in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to launch the Population Scientists Association of Uganda. And I congratulate the members, the president, and the members of this association. Now I'll embark on reading to you verbatim the closing remarks from the Honorable Minister Amos Rugorovi, State Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development of this country. And I start. The Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, the Director General, National Population Council, the UNFPA representative and all other development partners here present, representatives of government ministries, departments and agencies, the civil society fraternity, distinguished during the course of the 3 days that the demographics ours Uganda in the present, the future. I thank you for being important through the seminar. I thank Development Partner Ministries, agents,